useful in your work, what you need to know more about in order to use some of this data, how some of the things we're talking about could be useful for advocacy or government work, or encouraging people to publish this information. So just very quickly to start off this morning, I know some of the people were here yesterday, but I'd like to pass the microphone around, and if everyone could just do a quick introduction, say where you're from, and then we will get into their presentations. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Kenyi. I'm a legal researcher with the judiciary.
Morning all. I'm Stephen Jairo from the Institute of Economic Affairs.
Good morning. My name is Fiona Okadia and I work with the Institute of Economic Affairs.
Good morning. My name is Tymon, and I'm the policy and research, head of policy and research at Open Ownership.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Favor, and I'm a regional associate for the African region at Open Ownership.
Good morning. My name is Tess Busibori. I work with the civil society platform on oil and gas.
Good morning. My name is Philip, and I work for Kenya Civil Society on platform on oil and gas. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Purity Mukami. I am a journalist at Finance and Covenant.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. My name is Mary Morrison. I work with the Basil Institute of Governance International Center for Asset Recovery.
Good morning. I am Louis Ngelese. I work with Transparency International Kenya.
Morning. Malcolm Wangi from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leonard Wanyama with the East African Tax and Governance Network.
Good morning. I am Irene Boke from JZ. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ida Knowles from Zalendo Trust, the OGP Kenya NAFOCO CSO convener.
Morning, everyone. I'm Damadis from Ombudsman.
Good morning. I'm Masharia from Ombudsman.
Thank you very much and welcome everyone. So I'm going to start off today talking about some of the tools that Open Ownership has and things that we have created to make it easier to work with beneficial ownership data. Just to explain this, so this will not be focused on Kenya data, but what I'm making the case for is that this is what can be done with more public data that's structured in a good way. So I want to show what is possible with an eye to, in the future, as more data is released from Kenya, we hope that some of these tools will be very useful. So generally, Open Ownership believes that structured beneficial ownership information and data is much more useful to everyone, to all of the people here, to anyone who wants to use it, whether they be internal government users, external publishers, journalists who want to make sense of it, developers who want to use it. So what we advocate for, and what we have a lot of in terms of guidance on our website, is information about how you can take hard to structure, also unstructured beneficial ownership information mainly from paper forms, and then you can structure it in a way that allows you to do more with it. You can either use tools, there's automatic tools that you can use, you can visualize it, you can search it, you can do lots of other things if this data is produced in a better way. Now, what we do to help people produce that kind of data is that we run something called the Beneficial Ownership Data Standard, which was mentioned yesterday. So again, on the presentation, there's a link at the bottom. So it's standard.openownership.org is the link to our standard, and you can find links to this from our website, which is openownership.org. The standard, so BODS as we call it, or Beneficial Ownership Data Standard, provides guidance for how anyone, anywhere in the world, can produce high-quality beneficial ownership data that can then be combined with data from other jurisdictions. So the whole guide talks about how you can use international identifiers, how you can have one type of identifier for a person and for a company that then allows you to join the dots and to link them up to any other people or other companies that they're related to. So what we're going to do today is we'll have my presentation, and then we'll have a talk about the open contracting data standard. And later on, we'll show how this data and the procurement data that's already produced in Kenya can be easily connected if you use the same way to identify companies. And that's what we find really exciting about what's happening in Kenya at the moment, because soon data will be published on beneficial owners via the open contracting data that's already released via the PPIP portal, so the tenders.go.ke that the PPRA team looks after. And we hope that there'll be someone from the PPRA joining us later on who'll be able to talk more about that platform and the work they've done with open contracting data. So the purpose of our data standard is to make it easier to represent ownership data. Like I said here, to make it easier to have data you can use in other tools, especially to combine data that comes from different countries, because as we all know, anyone who's worked in this area knows that complicated or complex beneficial ownership structures often go through multiple jurisdictions. And also it's an open standard. Anyone can use it. We know of commercial providers in Nigeria, Armenia, Latvia, and a number of other countries that have produced software that creates this data. So anyone can use our guidance to create the data themselves, and then they sell that tool often to publishers or company registries or to governments. But the guidance that we produce is all open. Anyone can make use of it. Anyone can find it and read and use all that information. So we think that there's great value in that, and actually it'll lead to more people using it. And we're very excited. We're having conversations with a whole host of people who are trying to use that as their mechanism to create good quality beneficial ownership data. Now, just to really quickly explain how the data standard works. Please do stop me if some of this doesn't make sense. But we structure all our data in terms of statements. You have statements about people, you have statements about companies or entities, and then you have statements about ownership or control. So linking those people and those companies to say this person has this ownership or control interests in this company. That can be very simple. It can be one person, one company. They own and control it. That's fine. Or you can actually make it, you can structure more complicated data. So if you say, well, this company is owned by another company, which is owned by another company, which is owned by this company, which is owned by this person, all of that can be linked together if you just have the company, so the entity statements and the person statements. So you link them all, and our data standard has a way to do that, to say this is part of a greater beneficial ownership chain. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. On our website, you can see, I don't know if everyone can read this from where they are, but hopefully if you've got the presentation in front of you, you can see this is the kind of information we say people should collect. So on people, it's gathering, classic things, so names, identifiers, nationalities, place of birth, addresses, tax residency details, whether someone's a politically exposed person. For the companies, you're talking about names and the jurisdiction, identifiers, and other things like the founding date to make it really useful and to make sure that you can make that information unique. And on ownership or control, there was some interesting conversation we had about this yesterday, but we advise that the different types of interests, so whether it be shareholdings or voting rights or someone's a board member, can all be captured via the data standard. So then when you link this together, you can have very, very complex chains or very, very simple chains of beneficial ownership, all modeled in this data. And we should actually be releasing a new version of this week, which allows you to capture data on state-owned enterprises, publicly listed companies. So this is the thing that we're constantly improving and working on to make sure that it's aligned with what everyone needs to be able to do with this data, to make sure it's aligned with the FATF standards and to make sure it's aligned with what is being requested from countries. Now, what we then do with this data, hopefully, again, if people have got laptops, they can go and visit this. This is our register. So if you go to register.openownership.org, you can see that we have a register where we pull together all the data from the UK, Denmark, Slovakia, and Ukraine. Those countries all publish their data openly. So they have a company register that publishes the data. We then pull it in and we map it to our data standard to show the value of being able to connect all this data up. So when you go onto the register, you can search for companies or you can search for people's names. and you will get all of the details about companies that they are the beneficial owner of or they're connected to, as long as those relationships have been declared in the UK or Denmark or Slovakia. But actually, because of the way the disclosure regimes are in those countries, we have 194 jurisdictions represented on the register. So we only have, so there's only one company from the British Virgin Islands because they don't release their data, but we at least have some data from lots of other jurisdictions, including Kenya, including South Africa, where we did work on this recently. So that's made possible because we're connecting all the data from all across the world. Now, what we would love to see is if more and more people openly publish their data, and we can restructure it in line with this, you start to get a kind of global view of beneficial ownership data that can be connected from different countries. Good. We also, once the data's structured in a way that can be understood, we also have what we call the system, which allows you to take the data that's published, literally copy and paste it into a box that we have on our website, or if you have some people in your team who are developers, they have tools that they can openly use that visualizes that data to make it easier to understand. So connects up all of the people and the companies that are represented in that data to make it easier to visually see how they are all connected. Oops. Oh, sorry. And we again, all of the links to these tools are at the bottom of the presentation, and hopefully some you can go and have a look at them. And they all have kind of more details on them and about pages. We've also recently unveiled tools that show that for all of the data we have in the register, you can take it away and reuse it in other systems. So we republish it via what we call the BODS data analysis tools. So these are designed for developers, but also for other people. So if you can see here, but there's ways you can download all this data as CSVs. So if you want to just put it into a spreadsheet, if you want to get some of the information that's published there, you can really easily copy and paste it and put it into Excel, Google spreadsheets, or whatever you want to do to work with it. There's also other ways that you can search the data using tools called BigQuery that Google runs, or Dataset, that allows people to kind of dive into the data and have a play with it. This is mainly focused on kind of developers or people who want to really work with this data, but it's worth mentioning that because, for example, Nigeria is going to start publishing their data in line with our data standards soon, that in a few months' time will be available via these tools. So we'll republish their data, and all of these tools become usable. So anyone, once the Nigeria data is published, you'll be able to visualize it, you'll be able to get it via these tools to have a play with it. So I wanted to just give a recent example. This is from the UK, but just of why all of this is important and how it's useful. So this was about a week ago. A journalist who works in the UK was talking about one of the providers of children's homes and special schools in the UK and how the company had been taken over. The company's called Witherslack. So I just thought it would be very interesting to see what information was available about this company on the Open Ownership Register. Like I said, again, every few weeks we pull in all the data from the UK, Denmark and Slovakia and the Ukraine and put it all together. So this is why people can hopefully look on their laptops, and the link to this is there at the bottom. This is the kind of structure that we can understand or start to visualize because of the way that the data is all published. So most of these are UK companies. You can see they've got the little Union Jack flag. Until we get up to about here, where we have a Jersey company that then we have unknown ownership of because they don't publish all of their information, so we don't know what's happening there. But what you can see is that from the very bottom of this, there's lots and lots of companies all connected. This one here is actually the Witherslack that we were looking at, but hopefully people can go to it on their laptops. But there's Witherslack Group of Schools, Witherslack Care Limited, Witherslack Training and Development Limited. So not necessarily there's anything illegal about this or worrying about this, but just wanted to show how some of these complicated structures can be put together and can be understood using the tools that we have available on the Open Ownership website and on the other tools we run. And what you can see at the top here is we've linked all of these back through various people to the ultimate beneficial owners. Now, again, I don't know if you can see the names there, but the person who's the ultimate beneficial owner of WitherSlack is, so it's not that picture, but it is one of the donors who've recently given a large amount of money to the government in the UK. And so what's possible is when you go on a page like this, you can click on any of these to go to just see that company and to see all of the information that's disclosed about their beneficial ownership, or you can go right to the person at the top and then you can say, well, I want to find out more information about them. And in this case, the network of companies connected to that person is even more complicated. I can't fit the whole thing on a slide. But WitherSlack is just one part of a much bigger network that person is connected to. So hopefully this helps you to see why this kind of better quality data allows you to connect up the beneficial ownership information from lots of declarations all in one place, so that it can be seen and understood. Now on here again, you can click on any of these and you can download that data, or you can go and find out more about that company, when it was founded, what details it's supposed to have been using, if there are other beneficial owners for that company, and also ones that are greyed out. It means that they are no longer active; they've been dissolved or removed from the company register for various reasons. And actually, this is this person is connected via beneficial ownership to so many companies that our visualization tool can't even handle it. And at the moment, down here, it just says there's more companies, and you can click to find those, but it's quite a complicated structure that might be interesting to look into a bit more. So that's an example from the UK, and what I want to say is anyone who produces data in line with this data standard, these tools can be used for that. So the data can be visualized, the data can be shared, it can be downloaded, it can be used by developers if the information is produced in line with our data standards. So what we'll be talking about today is a bit more about that, a bit on how that connects with procurement, and some particular examples of how data produced in line with BODS, which is our beneficial ownership data standard, can be linked up to things around procurement. I'm just checking the time. We've got. Does anyone have any questions about that before we move on to the presentation that we have next? Hopefully the links, so all of those, the tools that I talked about have guidance and advice on the websites that helps to explain what they're for and how to use them. But please do let me know and come and shout if you would need more information or that could be useful. Any questions? Okay. Ooh. Is there a spare mic?
No, I just wanted to ask a question about the English limited partnerships which don't have the requirement for beneficial owner. Are you able to sort of get that information from the PDFs, because the partnerships don't have that what do you call it, button for PSC, person with significant control? What do you do? And this is coming from the point from registry experts yesterday, where they said the people fill the paper and then someone looks at the information and then they put it in the system. So I'm just going into the unstructured data kind of.
So we only reuse the data that's on the UK persons with significant control register. So if it's not disclosed on that register at the moment, we wouldn't have it in the open ownership register, because we're reusing the information there. So it depends on the disclosure regime in the country, but Tymon might have.
Yeah, no, just to add. So I think initially when the disclosure regime came into force in 2016, both Scottish and Northern Irish limited partnerships were excluded, and Global Witness did some sort of interesting work where they mapped like red incorporation over time, and because of the involvement or the known involvement of Scottish limited partnerships in the Russian laundromat, and also known corruption cases involving Moldovan banks, they were eventually brought into the disclosure regime in 2018, and you could sort of see the incorporation rate drop drastically, which is of course not conclusive evidence of anything, but it is I don't know, a coincidence at the very minimum, a suspicious coincidence at the very minimum. But then, since then already, Global Witness flagged that there was an increase in the registration rates of Northern Irish limited partnerships, and it was only, I think, last week that the BBC led with a news story how these are now being increasingly connected to financial crime and money laundering. So I think for us, and just referring back to the principles on your bookmark, this is the comprehensive coverage aspects, right? So who do you include within the disclosure regime? And while FATF recommend a sort of a risk-based approach to this, I think we've seen in many cases that anything that can be used for financial crime will be used for financial crime, and if it's not being used now, if it's not included within the disclosure regime, then obviously it becomes a lot more interesting to use. But I suspect there'll be some, especially given like the discussions now in the UK about money laundering and the money of Russian oligarchs. I think there'll be some discussions following about the Northern Irish limited partnerships soon.
The data is from BRS, for instance. You take data from BRS to upload here.
Yeah, so this is not Kenyan data, but this is showing what could be done with any country's data if it was produced in line with this standard. So all these tools are made to be reusable for any country that publishes data in line with the standard. At the moment, the UK data is from UK Companies House, so the company registrar, and the same thing in Denmark and Slovakia and Ukraine, it was all from the company registries. Yeah, so they publish their data openly, not in line with our data standard, but then we rework that data so that it can all be combined. But yeah, like I said, we can do it for any country, and there's also Latvia data that's available via our tools. And when Nigeria starts publishing in line with the data standard, then Nigeria's data will also be available here. And the great thing for us around that is that one of the key things that people wanted to do in Nigeria was connect the Nigerian data with the UK, because they knew there were so many connections between companies in both those jurisdictions that was something they were very keen on pursuing.
One very quick one. So this is only for data that is publicly available, or registers that are publicly available, or the country has to grant you access or rights to use that data on your website?
The examples that we've got are all publicly available, yeah. So they have a license that allows people to reuse the data, and they either publish it daily or even, it's live data that can be reused. The tools that we have technically could be used. We publish them all openly so that anyone could take them, and you could run the same kind of analysis on private data. It can actually be pointed at any URL anywhere. So if someone wanted to, for example, find out more about data they wanted to publish, they could reuse that. But yeah, the focus of this work and what we've made available is if the data's public, then we can help structure it and help to make it easier to search and to use. I just want to check if the people who are doing the presentation next have appeared on Zoom. If anyone else has any more questions, please put your hand up. Sorry, we're just waiting. In a couple of minutes, there'll be some people joining us. Ah, here they go. So what we have coming up next is we have a team from the Open Contracting Help Desk in the UK who have helped to advise governments and publishers of open contracting data all over the world on how to structure their data and how to release it and how to use the Open Contracting Data Standard. So hopefully we've just done a presentation about the beneficial ownership data standard. Now we're going to talk more and learn more about open contracting data, so that then later on when we talk about how the two can be combined, hopefully this information will be really useful. I think we have Matt online. Matt, can you hear us? Just wait one second while I just try to get this set up so we can have their presentation. Please help yourself to tea and coffee at the back. This might take just a minute or two. Slides will be up on the screen, but also you'll be able to see them on your laptop.
Hello? Can you hear me yet?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear Rachel. Yes, one sec. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
can hear you, Matt.
Okay, good. Good. Okay, so Stephen, would you like me to start now? Great. Okay, cool. So hi everyone. My name is Matt Marshall. I'm here with my colleague Rachel from the OCDS Help Desk. We are actually working in the same team that kind of has people working with open ownership. So it's really exciting to be here to talk to you all about open contracting and OCDS and its use and application within the context of beneficial ownership, really kind of drilling down into kind of how these two data standards are kind of siblings and how the transparency efforts can really complement each other and have a beautiful multiplicative effect. So I've just turned my video on now so you can see me, so I'm not some sort of abstract voice. Hello, forgive my voice at the minute. I've just woken up with a little bit of a sore throat. Hopefully it's all fine, but forgive me if I need to take a drink of water or tea occasionally. So we're, because with the setup stuff, we're running a little bit late, so I'll just kind of power on. The first thing I would really like to talk about in this presentation is kind of what is OCDS and kind of why it exists. We don't want to patronize anyone, but I'm kind of going in to this presentation with the notion that this might be the first time you're hearing about open contracting, or at least about OCDS and OCDS data and what it might be. So we're going to kind of hopefully build you up from the ground up. We'll start off with kind of what OCDS aims to do, then go into a bit about how it looks and how it works, and then we'll talk a little bit about OCDS and beneficial ownership data kind of in context together and how you can use them together in a practical way to start accomplishing some of your goals. So to start off, we really need to learn kind of what is OCDS. At its core, OCDS is a data standard for publishing data on public contracting processes. That's all well and good, but we should actually take a step back and kind of really think about what that means. And OCDS can be broken down into its core component parts. So open contracting, contracting data, and a data standard, and open data as well. So open contracting, very broadly, is about the disclosure and participation in contracting. The open contracting covers a wide range of areas of reform and to improve the use of public services. OCDS builds on these principles, and the ultimate goal of OCDS is to deliver open contracting. So I have a dark and shady past as an interaction designer, and I am a big believer that values are embedded in the design of technology. I don't believe technology is neutral. And one of the good things about working in open contracting data and with OCDS is that the values of open contracting are embedded throughout the design of the open contracting data standard. So there are lots of ways to do open contracting. You don't necessarily need to publish OCDS. However, by publishing OCDS, because it's got those kind of embedded values in it, it allows you to kind of, with one effort and with one reform, very succinctly deliver open contracting in a kind of a tailor-made fashion, which is quite an exciting prospect. Taking it a step further, open data is the idea that the government should publish their data so that it can be reused. This generally requires that data is accessible, so it can actually be kind of retrieved, that it's machine readable. A lot of open data standards are also human readable. OCDS tries to strike a middle ground, but machine readable is key because that will allow kind of all these analytical tools that you can hear of to kind of really grab the data and then visualize it or produce some analytics that are then later designed for human consumption. So it requires the data to be accessible, machine readable, and a key component often overlooked when in technical circles. So when you hang out in technical circles, people get really excited about kind of the data standard and what it can do. But a key component of it is that permission is granted for it to be reused, which basically means that the data is licensed in such a way that it belongs to the public, or at least if the government retains its control over it, then the public has the permission to use it and reuse it and republish the data along with their analysis, and keep it open and make sure that it can be kind of reused as a public resource. The next part of OCDS is this notion of a data standard, and it sets out how to format data so that it is machine readable consistently. It resolves ambiguity. Anyone who's ever tried to use data from another country and maybe they use a different vocabulary to describe their processes, that's kind of what a data standard does. It's kind of helping systems and helping people work out how to interpret data and what the semantics are. So a cute little question is, how many different ways are there can you think of writing today's date? Just, think among yourselves among that. And if you think about it, there are quite a few, lots of, depending on whether you're using just numbers, whether you're using slashes, using hyphens, using 3-letter month descriptors, which way round you put the numbers. So lots of different ways. And even just taking this format here, 10/11/12. Most of Europe, a lot of Africa and Asia and Latin America countries use day, month, year. China and Canada and a few others use year, month, day, so going the opposite way. And some countries, the United States, basically use month, day, and year for some reason. If anyone actually knows why the US uses this, please let me know, because I had a conversation with a US citizen once, and even they didn't know why they did it that way around. So that's something I'm quite keen to use. So if you think about it, this date at the bottom is really ambiguous. Is that the 10th of November 2012? Is that the 12th of November 2010? Or is that the 11th of October 2012? And without choosing a standard way of representing data, it's easy to misinterpret a date like this. And this is what people, this is what we're trying to get at with the Open Contracting Data Standard. OCDS is not designed to change the way that procurement works in a particular procurement context, other than making it more democratic, more accountable, and more transparent. What it's designed to do is provide vocabulary to describe it. It's kind of a lingua franca, like sort of pan and international cooperative way of describing a procurement process, so that anyone around the world can understand it and engage with it in an open and democratic way. So OCDS describes how to publish data about contracting processes. So a lot of different nations around the world use different terminology. In the UK, we like to talk about awards. Some places like to talk about tenders. What OCDS is concerned about is the entire procurement process, not just the tender, not just the contract, but the whole process, all the way from planning through to the delivery and ideally the payment of the procurement. So OCDS defines a unique contracting process as all of the planning, the tendering information, awards, contracts, and the contract implementation information that relate to a single initiation process. Where the initiation process, what we tend to think of them off the cuff as kind of tenders, these kind of where people are bidding on things, but that definition also covers direct contracts or calls to award concessions or other ways that kind of procurement occurs. OCDS is really wanting to talk about procurement. It's not just about the contracts, it's wanting to talk about the whole procurement process, however that starts and however that proceeds. And they take on all sorts of different shapes and forms around the world. And this provides OCDS a really nice and flexible way to really get down and understand how procurement's working in your particular context. So an individual procurement process has many different stages. They can exist in different systems. A lot of countries, like the UK included, have maybe a system for doing the planning, and then they have a different system for receiving bids and doing the tendering process. And then maybe the award is published on another system. And then the contract is stored in a contract database over here. OCDS kind of understands that. Oh, sorry, I'm hearing myself speak there, so I'm getting a little bit speech jammed, so just forgive me. And OCDS understands that process and says, okay, well, if data is coming from different sources, we can bring that data together by assigning the procurement process a unique contracting process identifier, which we call the OCID, stands for Open Contracting Identifier. And what that means for data users is that if that identifier is percolated across all these different systems, then they can easily access the joined up data across the whole procurement process. And it means for data publishers that it's a lot easier to sort of wire these things in together, because all you've got to do is figure out how to percolate this ID throughout the system, rather than kind of building a new monolithic system that's meant to do everything. It's kind of, OCDS is designed to kind of sit alongside your existing systems as a publisher and allow you to publish data from them, and then provide the kind of hooks for data users to kind of join it all up together themselves if you've not got a single publication point. So kind of, that's all well and good, but why do people do this? Kind of what kind of do you get out of doing OCDS? This is actually my least favorite slide in the slide deck, because it's a little bit messy, but it's really the best way to kind of visualize all these different things that are going on when you get to when you publish OCDS. You get quality assurance because you can lean on some of the automated tooling that we've got to do checks for the published data to make sure that it's in the correct structure and format that contains the required fields. And those reusable tools exist in an ecosystem for both validating, producing, checking, and using data. And it's not only the digital tools that are kind of being produced in a reusable way, but also the methodologies for working with OCDS data. And you get the idea of an international standard and a community of publishers. So not only do you get the definitions of each field and data kind of explained to you in guidance, that's a good benefit for data users as well as governments. So a lot of places now are publishing OCDS really for their own use. In the tech industry, we call that kind of eating your own dog food. And it sounds a bit disgusting, but basically what it means is if you're producing something for somebody else to use, you should try use it yourself. And a really large swath of use cases for OCDS is kind of self-service, as in you produce the data so that you can lean on these methodologies, so you can lean on these tools, and really kind of put them to work in understanding your own procurement context. And because it's an international standard, you've got hundreds of countries and hundreds of procurement contexts, all the way from in kind of large supranational organizations like kind of the European Union through to local government level publications of OCDS. And chances are, if you've got a publication challenge or a use case challenge, that's been encountered before. And there's a very active mailing list for OCDS. You can just send an email into that, and then it will you'll usually get a response within a few hours from people around the world saying, oh, we did this, or this is how we overcame that challenge. And because it's international, you can compare your data with other publishers and understand value for money. So maybe you're working with a particular set of suppliers. You want to understand, are they giving you a better deal or a worse deal than in maybe a neighboring country in which they also operate? That's the power of OCDS. You can start asking these questions and start unpicking this data in order to kind of get those answers that you really need. So what does the standard actually look like? We're actually going to take a little bit of a look at the standard in a few minutes, but kind of most people's first interaction with OCDS is really through the standard documentation website. So this slide is, the purpose of this slide is really just to kind of get you familiar with seeing this kind of screen, because it's a wonderful documentation website, and we keep it up to date, and it takes precedence over any other materials about OCDS. OCDS at this point has been around quite a while. It has kind of it's cut its teeth, it's learned, and it's proven its usefulness. But as a result of that, there is a lot of kind of information about OCDS out there. This kind of slideshow and recording being one of them. So kind of if you're listening to this, if this is being recorded and you're listening back to this kind of in a year's time or something like that, then what I would recommend is whenever you encounter information about OCDS, go and double check it on the standard website, or just go to the standard website first. It's kind of the go-to place for information about the about the standard. It has, for technical folk, it's got the actual schema references, but it's also got implementation guidance and kind of scenarios of how do I model this type of process or this situation in OCDS. So it's got really in-depth use case guidance for kind of really getting what you want out of the publication. So why do people publish OCDS? We had a quick look before at kind of all those kind of nice big words as kind of, but what is it that people are trying to get out of OCDS? Well, the problem that OCDS was designed to address is that while some procurement data is generally published in a given procurement context, there are some common blockers to using that data in order to understand public contracting in many contexts. So in some countries, contracting processes still take place on paper. That's fine, but that can mean that governments have no central source of contracting data, and then that searching that data is very difficult. So you need it takes a lot more work to get anything out of it, versus if you've got a bit more of a digital and accessible procurement context. Some governments only publish data about maybe tenders or only about awards, which is fine, but it's not very useful by itself because context is key. Things gain information based on this dialectical relationship between two distinct items of information that are related. Really, the use is kind of the relationship between the tender and between the contract. In many countries, the linking between tenders and awards is difficult, and it's even harder to join up planning and implementation data. And then sometimes the meaning of fields in published data is unclear. So is this value of this procurement, is that related to the value of the tender that was published? Or is it the actual final award value? Or is it the contract signed value? Like, a lot of these things are different. This kind of company identifier, where is it drawn from? Like, what register is that indicated? Is it a national company number? Is it an international one? Is it just drawn from the local database with 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of as the identifier? So these are the reasons why people undertake an OCDS journey, is to kind of start developing this kind of standardized vocabulary that they can lean on themselves in order to make best use of their procurement data. But it's not just about kind of publishing. OCDS is about connecting up data publishers and data users. Often these can be the same people. But when they are not, OCDS really cares about these feedback loops, because the goal of OCDS is to affect positive change in public contracting. So a government might tend to focus on a specific problem or a specific use case when they first decide what procurement data to publish and how to publish it. And OCDS tries to address a broad range of problems and user needs. And it basically does a lot of the thinking for people in terms of how to structure data and how to publish data. It does it in a participatory and democratic way. The standard is open. We accept input from the public. We accept input from, and we seek input from publishers and data users in order to iterate on the standard and make it better. But it's not just about the structure and content of data. Through supporting these government publishers, through supporting the data users, we actually promote the engagement with them. So if a government undertakes an OCDS journey, most times they don't just get to say, we want to do OCDS and then hand over the data. What we encourage them to do is say, like, okay, take a step back. What are you actually trying to accomplish? Who needs to know about this? Who are you speaking to? And because open contracting has kind of contacts in a lot of different civil society contexts, we can, OCP can do that kind of linking up between people as well. So it's not just about structure and content of data. We're all data nerds here on the OCDS Help Desk. We love it, but keeping the kind of the end goal in sight, it's about these feedback loops, iterative development, both of the standard and of the and of your publication. Basically, we want to make sure that the procurement data is useful, that it's usable, and that ultimately kind of it's in use. But that being said, regardless of what is kind of most important to you, OCDS as a standard was designed to meet a broad spectrum of user needs. We tend to divide these up. I think of them as these 4 kind of groups of use cases. There are alternative kind of views on this where there might be kind of 5 or 6 or 7. But really for me, it's about understanding value for money. So achieving better value for money in new procurements and understanding historic value achieved in previous contracts. It does support detecting fraud and corruption. So you can use it to scrutinize procurement data. We can use it for competing for contracts. So we know that markets tend towards inefficiency. They tend towards the monopolies. So OCDS data can be used by private firms to understand the potential pipeline of procurement opportunities. So theoretically speaking, more competition results in better value for money for government as well. And then finally, you can use it to monitor service delivery. So various monitoring groups, both within and without government, want to ensure that the public contracting, that the public money delivers actual value to citizens in terms of quality of goods, quality of works, and quality of services that are provided. And OCDS data can be really used to join up all this information on budgets, contracts, and implementation, so you can understand the relationship between it. The trends in your country might be different to trends in other countries, but really you will get a much better view of how your procurement is affecting your citizens' lives in kind of in a day-to-day way by kind of implementing OCDS and engaging in this analytical process. So what data does that mean? Like, so what are we talking about? This is all well and good. What does this look like in practice? So each what we call use case has different data needs. So therefore, different types of data and different types of documents should be considered for publication in each case. OCDS is a big standard, but it's very flexible. Not everyone is designed to publish everything. The standard is very permissive. There's only the bare minimum OCDS is really only a few required fields. But what we're talking about is understanding your use cases and encouraging you to publish information in accordance with the objectives of your reforms. So in many cases, publication is iterative. So people start off with kind of a basic OCDS publication, and then they go, great, what can we do with it? And they find a whole bunch of stuff to do that they hadn't been able to do before. Then they go, great, now we want to be able to do this because we know this, but that's opened up a few more questions. And then they realize that they need a little bit more data. So the idea is you provide this kind of framework to hang things off of, and then you can start hanging extra data off of the OCDS standard in order to kind of really drill down and get the most out of the data for your use case. So, in extent, this being said, each use case has got different data needs, but the following key features are important for most users. We mentioned the OCID before. This helps users join up data from different stages of the contracting process. And then you'll hear a lot about these later on through the presentation. Organization identifiers help users to uniquely identify tenderers and suppliers, as well as to connect to other sources of company data. Spoiler alert, that could be BODS data. And then also goods and service classifications are incredibly useful because they help users understand what is being procured. OCDS is very flexible. It doesn't impose a particular vocabulary. So you might hear people talk about CPV or UNSPSC or etc. OCDS says, we don't mind, you just need to tell us which vocabulary you're using and then tell us the code that exists for this item in that vocabulary. And then documents as well. So you shouldn't embed PDFs in kind of data, but if you have a document service where you can link off to documents and say, here is the OCDS data about this procurement. If you want to learn more about the signed contract document, you can find it at this URL. And that really allows journalists to kind of go in and dig into that and or helps your analytics to understand, well, okay, well, what's going on in these documents versus what was going on in the tender documents, etc. And then OCDS is kind of the mortar that kind of glues all that together. Great. So taking a deep breath and a quick sip of tea. What does OCDS look like? I hear you shouting, Matt, this is all great. I'm dead excited about OCDS. I want to produce some OCDS now, but I don't know what it looks like. Well, fear not, because this is what we're going to talk about for the next kind of 5 minutes. This is going to look a little technical, if you're sitting there thinking, well, I'm not a computer scientist, I'm not a programmer, what do I care about this? This is going to be provided kind of in the abstract, and the idea of this portion is to kind of familiarize you with some terminology and give you kind of a broad overview of OCDS, so that you kind of know what the Lego bricks are, kind of what the structure is and how it all fits together. The OCDS schema is a file that sits online, and it is really what defines the standard. So wherever possible, we try to generate all of our other materials and all of our documentation directly from the schema. So if you're kind of going, like as a disclaimer, if you're ever going about your daily business with OCDS and you find a discrepancy between the schema and any information about OCDS, even information that may have published in the past, the schema really takes precedence here. So the schema, for those people who this is the first time that they've encountered this word, it's really it's an old Greek word that some clever people thought would be a really good idea to use in this context. Not sure how good that is, but what it does is its job is to give exact definitions of what should be published and how it should be published, with the machine readable validation rules. What that allows us to do is take a data set and then hold it up against the schema and say, is this OCDS? And if so, good, that means we can do these things with it. And then if it's not, it will highlight how it isn't OCDS, and that helps publishers make sure that they meet the standard. It helps data users understand the nuances of particular data sets, like maybe publishers forgot to format something as a string rather than a number, or vice versa. But really, its job of a schema is to provide a definition for everything in the standard, to say this is what is in scope, everything else is out of scope. This is and everything that's in scope, this is what it should look like. So if you hear the word schema about, that's kind of what we're talking about. We're talking about basically a rule set for saying how data is structured, what it should look like, and how it should behave. This slide should look familiar because we had it just a few minutes ago, but just a quick reminder. OCDS is about describing procurement processes, not just tenders, not just contracts, the whole process, all the way from planning through to delivery and payment. And the way that it does this is link up together all these bits of information with a single contracting process identifier, which is known as the OCID. The point of this is to allow users to easily access joined up data across the whole procurement process. That is the key feature and the key benefit of publishing and using OCDS data, as opposed to just doing it yourself and producing kind of your own kind of file format. So this is kind of what OCDS looks like in practice. This is an abstracted view. It's a schema which is split into sections to reflect the stages of the contracting process, and there are a few extra bits to make the data as useful and as usable as possible. I don't want to spend too long on this slide, just because it's only going to be useful up to a certain point. If you take a look at that diagram, OCDS is this concept of being released at a particular point of time, and there can be many different releases for a single contracting process. Each release will have a bit of metadata around it to say, I'm related to this process, I was published at this time, here's who published me. So that's kind of where that says. And then I'm not sure if you can see my mouse on the screen at all, but I'm highlighting the parties block. So in OCDS, we have this concept of a party, which basically describes an organization or individual who is involved in the procurement process in some way. Fantastic. Cheers, Stephen. Apparently we can see the mouse. The reason that we separate out the parties into its own little section is twofold. One, it means that we don't duplicate information across, for example, the tender when we're describing a bidder, and then the award or the contract when we've actually got different when people have won the procurements. But also it means that if there is a type of party that is not understood by OCDS, so off the top of my head, OCDS would understand buyer, procuring entity, often the same, could be different. It'll understand supplier, tenderer, bidder, etc. You might have a particular review body, and that's really key to your procurement process in Kenya. I'm not sure if you do or not. But if OCDS doesn't have a specific slot for that, that means within the party's kind of bit of OCDS, you can describe that party and describe their job, even if the rest of OCDS doesn't understand it. And then you can do a little bit of fun jiggery pokery in order to get the rest of the standard to recognize that as well. But the job of the parties block is really to say anything about anyone who's involved in the procurement process. This is where they go. It's your one-stop shop for that. There is then blocks each for the planning and the tender, which basically describe here is all the planning that it linked to, maybe the budget, maybe the projects that that this procurement is linked to. The tender represents kind of what we usually think of as, it's open for bidding now. This is how long it's going to be bid for. This is what the expected value is. If you're collecting information about your bidders, you would put your information on them there. Referencing them from the parties array, etc. And then we get to awards and contracts. So you'll notice that these look a little bit different. These have got multiple squares on them as opposed to just kind of a single one for planning and tender. The reason for this is that in many procurement contexts, not all of them, there are multiple awards that can result from a single tender. In the UK, we make quite heavy use of what we call frameworks. That often results in people, lots of people being awarded a position onto a framework. And then we can have multiple contracts associated with each award. So maybe the award is to get the ability to provide, and then each individual contract represents, particular purchases. Or maybe there are multiple contracts just associated with a particular procurement if it's a larger procurement. So that allows us to do that, and separating out the awards and the contracts allows you to see differences and discrepancies between them. So in a lot of procurement contexts, there could be a negotiation phase. That would mean that you can put a tender up for a certain value, awarded another value, and then maybe that award value is negotiated before the contract is signed for a particular value. If you look at the slide before, we have implementation sitting here as its own block. However, it's embedded within the contract kind of block within the data structure. And what that allows us to do, that was based on this use case when we realized people really don't want to track the implementation of the procurement as a whole. They want to track, or they want to get a level lower, and they say, okay, we need to track the implementation and the progress of each specific contract, because it's the contracts that are going to be delivered on. And if we've got view of the contracts, when we put them all together, we've got the view of the implementation of the procurement as a whole. So that's kind of where that comes in. So that's kind of all I've really got to say about the structure of the standard. But just to recap, the schema is just a fancy word that says this is the meaning, structure, and format of each field within OCDS. It's really saying this is what OCDS is, how it behaves. It is structured to reflect stages of the procurement process. And the procurement and the schema itself is made up of reusable building blocks to represent common concepts that are universal to most procurement processes around the world. Some fields use something called code lists to limit and standardize the possible values of the field. We didn't talk a lot about that in the schema, but that's another part of that. I think we've got a slide on that coming up. You can find more information on the OCDS schema in the reference documentation. So we'll be distributing this slide deck as kind of some documentation after the presentation is finished. So you can click all these hyperlinks and it'll take you off to the kind of the standard reference documentation if you want to kind of really understand what the schema looks like at a lower level. So this is all good. We understand what the OCDS is wanting to do, and we kind of understand how it does it. However, what makes good OCDS? So you're sitting there saying, Matt, okay, I get it, but I want to do a really good job of this. I actually want to be able to use my data. What is good OCDS? What does it look like? Well, there's quite a few things that make up good OCDS, but really at the core, I think the most important thing to take away from this is identifiers. Identifiers occur at a number of levels in the OCDS schema. Don't worry, I'm not just going to talk through this slide. This is a lot of information. The purpose of this slide is just to really kind of highlight where identifiers occur in OCDS and kind of what their nature is. Different identifiers have different scopes and are important for different reasons. So just to take a few at an example, the OCID should be globally unique. So it is built using a unique prefix for every publisher, and then you should generate attach that to your own identifier for a procurement process, and then here you go. You have a unique, globally identifiable identifier for your procurement process. So you can mix up OCDS from all around the world and you can still identify your procurement process. Within that, the tender, the award, and each contract has an ID within that. So you can like kind of say, well, within this procurement, this award, this has this information associated with it, and the same with the contract. And then maybe slightly less important, in terms of everyday analysis, but if you're really drilling down to cost effectiveness, and you're really drilling down to kind of delivery and service implementation kind of use cases, then item IDs, milestone IDs, and document IDs really become quite important later on. So they should be unique within the array that it appears in, and they're useful in order to track the changes across different releases of OCDS. And then if you're using OCDS in a spreadsheet, that's where those become quite important as well. So this is to say that identifiers are important in OCDS, and they are particularly important when we're talking about organization identifiers. So organization identifiers are an important part of each OCDS and BODS data. So you've got your open contracting data and your beneficial ownership data here. And the whole point of an organization identifier is to allow you to consistently identify organizations despite inconsistent data entry of party names. So this is a common frustration with data analytics in OCDS, is that due to user input error, you can have the same organization spelled very differently. You can have it something limited. Sometimes people might not include the limited. Some people might spell it as LTD. Some people might use different capital letters. What this means is that analyzing data becomes a lot harder to do, to understand, like, is this the same organization as this organization? So having good organization identifiers permit data users to look up the organization online. They allow you to cross-reference that with other data sets, or allows you to find more information about that organization, for example, in a company register, in a charity register, etc. So it really allows linking between data sets where the identifiers are used. Organizations may have more than one identifier. They are still valuable, and they should be included where possible. So the example that we've put up on the slide now is an example taken from the OCDS reference documentation. An organization in the UK probably has a UK company number and should also have a UK VAT number as well. So we've given the kind of identifier scheme there, GBCOH and then GBVAT. And if different government entities hold different identifiers for organizations, that means by publishing as many identifiers as you have, it is still likely possible to link them. And even if you don't, if you just publish, if, for example, if you had one government organization publishing information about company A using the GBCOH number, and then you had another government organization publishing procurement information using the GBVAT number, even though those two releases of information contain different identifiers, by saying these are where this is the number and this is the scheme it's drawn from, that does make it a lot easier for a data analyst and the government themselves to then do the lookup and then cross-reference internally using their own system. So organization identifiers are an incredibly powerful thing. Another thing that good OCDS will include is different access methods depending on who you ultimately want to use the data. So different data users will need different information in different ways. Some people will like bulk JSON downloads. Programmers who are building tools will likely need JSON APIs. These are words that you might have been hearing floating around. And some will need CSV or Excel files or spreadsheet files. There is tooling provided by Open Contracting and as well as my company, Open Data Services Cooperative, to help round trip this data. So if, it's free and open source. If you are saying, my servers are producing JSON, but my data users are asking for Excel files, don't worry, there is tooling that allows you to convert that, and that can be implemented at any point. So you can give it to your end users to convert that data, or you can put that that tool kind of where your data is living and produce these files to be then hosted on the website, so your data users don't actually need to do the conversion themselves. In OCDS, we also talk about data usability. That is a term we use to describe how useful a data actually is when it's put to work. So when you've done all of your checks and you're producing valid OCDS data, and you're actually trying to do some work with it, data usability means, okay, well, what can I actually get out of this data? Does it help me do my job? So the first thing you need to do here is understand what you want to do with the data. That's a big part of helping any open data reform effort in any country, regardless of whether it's OCDS, whether it's beneficial ownership data, or data about something else entirely. Understanding kind of what the job of the data is, what its end purpose is, that's incredibly important. Data usability has a relation to what we would call data quality. So whether a particular field, for example, do your organizations have organization identifiers as a good marker of overall data quality? And it's related to data usability, but they're distinct things. You can't really use bad quality data. It's not got high usability, but even good quality data might not be of much use. So for example, you could publish really valid, really good quality OCDS, but it's only useful for one thing, and that doesn't really give it a high usability score. So this is why we keep telling people to really think about these use cases. And this is why I've brought this slide back up. This is to reiterate the point that OCDS was really designed around these 4 key use cases: the value for money and efficiency, detecting fraud and corruption, increasing market competition, and then monitoring service delivery. So once you've got that procurement in, how well is that supplier actually performing, and how well are your procuring entities performing in delivering services for your people? Once we these are very high level use cases. They're all good. And to think about kind of what you actually want out of your data. But OCP have done quite a lot of work in understanding what these actually mean and what these look like in OCDS. So it can be useful to think about these use cases when you decide what fields to include in your publication. And the reason for this is that different use cases will require different fields. If you're wanting to track, for example, how many people are bidding on particular tenders, you need to understand the number of tenderers. And to do that, you probably need to count the number of organizations who are marked as a bidder or a tenderer in the data. So that means you need to collect that and publish those fields. And then what OCP have done is they've done a lot of research using existing academic research and understanding how various kind of data use cases, what information is required of those, and then mapping that information over to OCDS fields and OCDS codes. What that allows you to do then is take a step back and look at your data and say, well, we want to use it for these things. Therefore we know what fields we need to publish and collect in OCDS. And therefore you can compare those things and say, okay, well, we want to use this, but we need to collect some more fields here, or we can use the data for these things. We've done an OCDS publication. Now we can just put it out and use it, and here's what we can use it for. We've got a nice graph up here for showing an example from the UK Find a Tender service and the OCDS. If For example, if the UK FTS here are interested in market opportunities, they can focus on collecting those related fields to enable 21 more indicators to be calculated. And we have an entire use case guide that unfortunately we're taking its own presentation to really dive into. And I've just kind of noticed the time. But so we've provided the hyperlink here. Once we share the slides, you can go away and learn a bit more about that. So that was OCDS. And now I want to talk a little bit about kind of OCDS in the context of beneficial ownership data. So luckily, you're in a room with the beneficial ownership expert. I know enough about BODs just to get by and understand it, but really procurement and procurement transparency, those are where my expertise lie. So this is going to be a little bit lighter on the BOD side than it might be on the OCDS side. But there are a lot of benefits and questions that you can answer when you are publishing both OCDS and beneficial ownership together. Really, these are going to be related to your key performance indicators, which should be derived from and then it should be used to then inform ongoing strategy. So answering questions, so for example, how many women-owned businesses win contracts? How many local businesses win contracts? Are these businesses small or medium enterprises? How do we support the investigation of revenue flows and understand this idea of transfer pricing? How does that work? And understanding who owns a company there and who's winning various procurements, that will help you understand that. And the ability to detect involvement of politically exposed people in public procurement as well. That's going to be, those are really the benefits of publishing these two very compatible and very complementary data sets together. So how do you connect them? There's kind of two ways of doing this. We can publish beneficial ownership data within OCDS, or you can publish separate contracting and beneficial ownership data sets and ensure that both of these contain good quality organization identifiers. So we'll take a little bit of a look at each of these. So if you're going down the route of, if you've already got an open contracting reform and it's easier to attach beneficial ownership data to that, then it can be included within OCDS. There is an official beneficial ownership extension to OCDS. So OCDS has an extension mechanism in order to cover a wider variety of kind of publication and data use cases. And what this extension does is allows for the information about the beneficial owner to be added directly to the OCDS parties array. So if you remember when we had that diagram of the structure of OCDS and there was that block of parties right in the on the far left, that's kind of what where this is being added. It's being added to that kind of level in OCDS, so you get all of your beneficial ownership information in there as well. And you can also publish separate data sets. So on the top, I think we have some example OCDS, and then on the bottom, we have some example beneficial ownership data. So in this situation, a contract is awarded to TM Engineers Midlands Limited. It has the organization identifier and the scheme given in the OCDS data. And then this can be linked to the separate beneficial ownership data set and given the same identifier and the scheme is given. If there are different identifier and schemes used, then it's still possible to link the data. However, that puts a little bit more work on the people doing the analytical work, be that government or be that civil society. So really, when we're talking about linking BODs with OCDS, the organization identifiers are the key component here, really understanding where are your companies registered and what those identifiers look like, and making sure that you collect that information in order to publish it. That's really important. It's genuinely shocking in the UK how few procuring entities actually collect the company number of the company that they're procuring, when all it would take is a field added to a form in a piece of software for when they sign up to enter a bid. But ideally, these organization identifiers in each of the OCDS and the beneficial ownership data, they're taken from the same register and the same scheme, but it doesn't necessarily have to be so. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. If you can say that they're coming from a register or a scheme, and you have a identifier that is publicly accessible, that's better than having no identifier. So that or a custom identifier that's only applicable within that data set. Like we saw with the company's house versus the VAT number example, it's a little bit more work to link these two things, but it can be done. And then the analysis can then link the two data sets. So that's really the majority of what I've got to say about linking OCDS with BODs. There does existing tooling. So I've only had a little play around with this. So I'm not an expert at all, but there is an existing tool called Bluetail produced by the team over at My Society. It kind of ingests OCDS and BODs data, as well as a few other data sets as well, I think. And then it provides a series of interfaces showing beneficial owners of applicants who are applying for procurement tenders, and it has warnings for specific circumstances. I'm not sure how flexible it is with programming in new specific circumstances, but the tool is open source, which likely means that you can add things yourself if you want. So that's kind of OCDS and BODs together. That's kind of OCDS and your kind of whistle-stop tour of what OCDS is. So what's next? Well, the good news is, from the OCDS perspective, you're kind of halfway there. OCDS is actually currently being published in Kenya via the PPIP, and as well as Makueni County. They've got a dedicated OCDS publication all to themselves as well. So we provided the hyperlinks there. You can take the OCDS data and you can go away and start having a look at it and start using it. And then if you're doing some work with beneficial ownership information, you can start linking that to those data sets as well. And then the OCDS help desk is here. So if you have any questions about using OCDS data, even in the context of beneficial ownership, we're friends with the beneficial ownership team, hence why we're here. We share calls with them quite a lot. So if you highlight a challenge that you're having using OCDS and BODs together in Kenya, we can definitely help you out with that. So we've included the contact information for the OCDS help desk, I think, at the end of these slides. So really, it's open for questions and discussion now. So if anyone's got any questions about OCDS or using OCDS with BODs, myself and my colleague are happy to answer questions from the floor now.
Thank you very much, Matt. Sorry for some of the feedback.
That's all right, don't worry about it.
Let me just check if there's any questions in the room.
Thank you, Matt, for the presentation. That was quite a lot and very informative. So I think I have two questions, and forgive me in advance if I don't understand programming, so I'll just ask the questions. One of it is, you talked about the schema, being able to determine, after going through the various documentations and the data, being able to determine what's appropriate for publishing and what's not. So I would like to ask about the criteria that goes into determining what information is relevant for publication and what is not. Secondly, maybe this is not only to OCDS, but also to other open data sources. It would be interesting because a lot of the data sources just talk about maybe the beneficial owners and the financial aspects, but a lot of the data also don't go into looking at the environmental and social agreements behind some of these contracts. So in the world we are going into, I think it's very useful to start actually looking at those agreements and addendums, and most times they're addendums and annexes, and people don't give them a second look. So it would be interesting, probably OCDS can look into, rather than just planning and the tenders, whether we'd have a section that looks at the environmental and the social impact of the ECG aspects of the tenders and the contracts. Probably lastly is I was just trying to understand how you source the data, or for you, it's just a program that then you customize to the different countries and entities, or you just source them just from public entities or any other stakeholders. So just a little bit about that, and probably some additional information and links we can get to understand some of these concepts that go into developing that whole data system. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Matt, for that good presentation, and I think very informative, as my colleague has said. But for me, I want to find out, we've been, as a CSOs, we've been struggling with some of the contracts that have happened in our country. For example, I'll use an example which is public. The SGR, the one to do with the construction of the railway, the standard gauge railway. I wonder how we could use this source of data services to be able to maybe find more information about the contract, the details. If you could talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
Can we just put the audio back on now so we can hear Matt?
Great, can everyone hear me? Cool. Cool, so that was a really good set of questions there. So to take them from the top, there was a question about the schema and being able to determine what's appropriate for publication and what's not, and kind of what was used to inform that. So what I have to say about that is that the schema was designed through research and development. It was originally done within the context of the World Bank before OCP became its own kind of entity. I joined the help desk in 2018, so OCDS had been around for a few years at that point, but basically it was a bunch of collaborative research with lots of procuring entities around the world, as well as some fiscal sponsors, some transparency groups, to say this is the information that they want about public procurement. And then that was kind of codified in the schema. So this is all drawn from kind of, if not a participatory process, then certainly a collaborative one, which was the goal of which was to say, take these concepts of this is what we want published, and then take those down into like encoding those in a data standard. So I hope that answers that question, and that's really what what informed the design of the schema. And then the schema's job is then to embody those things and be used as a reproducible tool, so that you can compare data to it to ensure that it's compatible with this kind of way of formatting data. And then there was another. It was I think it was more of a comment than a question about looking at the environmental and social agreements behind contracts. That's really good. There was a lot of work done a bunch of years ago when I first got into transparency during my dark and shady academic past, about this idea of a triple bottom line. So you have the financial, the social, and the environmental. I'm a little bit critical of triple bottom line, simply because it puts the financial ahead of the social and the environmental. But in terms of its relevance to OCDS, and in terms of understanding the environmental and social agreements behind contracts, this is a well understood context for OCDS. So OCDS is really designed to be very flexible. And it provides mechanisms for you to, for governments to input metrics. So you can say that this procurement is designed or will be judged in a particular way, so that not only will it be the cheapest procurement, but we're going to weigh the environmental impact of your organisation more than we're going to weigh the end cost of this. So the UK is engaging in this at the minute, where they're trying to do increase the participation of SMEs in procurement, and they're trying to do this whole idea of carbon zero procurement. So what OCDS
Can I add
does...
a quick thing?
Yes, of course you can.
Sorry. Just in terms of the sustainability and open contracting, and I'll put a link in the chat, but just to say this is something that we know that OCP is sort of trying to work on, and they have just released a sustainability toolkit. So I'll put a link in the chat so you can see.
Fantastic. Yes, I had forgotten about the sustainability toolkit. So this is all to say, to sum up, OCDS can be used to support governments integrating information about their sustainable and various social metrics into their procurement. So you can actually start measuring things that you collect data on when you start wiring them in. And then as we can see with BODs, OCDS can be linked to other data sets. So if there was a separate data set about linking company numbers to kind of environmental impact in various ways, then you can start using OCDS to link to those things as well. But it does provide kind of mechanisms to do this within the data standard as well. And like Rachel very correctly pointed out, OCP have just released a sustainability toolkit, which is well worth having a look at. There was another comment about the source data of OCDS, about where we got the data from and whether it's a program that we run and configure. So OCDS is a data standard. It's a means for exchange. It's kind of like a Morse code, but for procurement information. We work with various levels of publisher across the world. So OCDS has a decentralized publication model. So there is not one single database of OCDS data that we kind of produce and maintain. We work with partners to help them publish information. So in some countries, we work directly with the procurement authority or procurement authorities, depending on the shape of the government there, and they will either collaborate or work by themselves to produce a OCDS publication. In some contexts, we work with various levels of government. So in the UK, we work directly with the UK Cabinet Office, and they maintain 2 publications from 2 distinct systems. We also have devolved government publications coming from both Scotland and Wales at the minute as well. And then in other contexts, we might work with a civil society organisation who is retrieving data in another format and wants to republish it as OCDS. So we work across Africa. We work with a group called Budeshi. I'm not sure kind of what their impact is across Africa. We've been working with them in the Nigerian context. And what they've been doing is using FOI requests against the Nigerian government to get procurement information, and then we help them republish that as OCDS. So the answer to that question is really the data comes from a wide variety of sources, and it's less about it being collected in this one database. There is a tool called OCDS Downloads, which my company produces, and what the point of that tool is to provide a single interface to allow you to kind of retrieve OCDS data from various points across the internet, but it is decentralized. Each publisher is responsible for their own OCDS publication. And then there was another question about using, I think it was an SGR source of data and more information about the contract. I'm sorry, but I don't really know a lot about that particular source of information. But so I guess my answer is, from the OCDS perspective, OCDS provides various hooks through things like organization identifiers and through kind of documents which are linked to from OCDS. So if you're wanting to use different sources of information about a contractor, if they're kind of hidden in the documents in places, you can definitely kind of hook these in. OCDS has an extensions mechanism. So theoretically speaking, you could take OCDS data that's published from a government source, and then you could take that data, develop an extension for it that kind of worked with the data source that you're discussing, and then you could append that information to OCDS and kind of republish it. And that's really the key benefit of OCDS. It's not a system, it's more like an ecosystem of publishers exchanging data, tools consuming it, and data users using it. So I hope that addressed everybody's kind of questions.
Matt, thank you so much for that, and thanks to feedback to Rachel as well. And thank you for the presentation and answering the questions.
It's been wonderful to speak about OCDS in the context of beneficial ownership as well.
Great, thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so I hope that was a really useful introduction to open contracting for people who might have been aware of it but not know all the details. And what we're going to do now is take a quick break for tea and coffee. So there's refreshments at the back. And then once we come back, we will have a presentation from my colleague Tymon talking about the beneficial ownership data and procurement and a particular briefing that Open Ownership has produced. If you want to see a paper copy of that, there are copies printed out on the table at the front. And just for people who might have arrived a little bit later, because today we've got a presentation, lots of links, lots of tools that people are mentioning. If you go to bit.ly/Kenya Workshop, then that will take you to the presentation that everyone's using today, so you can see the links to the briefings and to the tools, and I'll make sure to add links in there that were just mentioned during the open contracting presentation. So thank you very much, and we'll come back in about 15 minutes, so that will be 11:25. Okay, thank you. Okay, hi everyone. Sorry to interrupt your coffee and tea, but we're just about to get started again.
Is everyone ready to get started again? Maybe I'll just start, and maybe that will encourage Leonard to make his way back. And thank you. Hi everyone. I'm going to talk to you about using beneficial ownership data in procurement. So Matt, in his presentation, touched on a few of the use cases of combining BO data and procurement data. I lead the research and policy work for open ownership. The policy work is summarized neatly in the little bookmarks that you all have, which is our principles for effective disclosure, which summarizes our sort of organizational policy positions on implementing beneficial ownership transparency reforms. Our research agenda consists mostly of two things. So one is how do you implement to be able to use the data? So those are the principles. And the second is why should you implement beneficial ownership transparency reforms? And this bit of work, which is summarized in the report, there's some hard copies near the table, discusses procurement. So I'm just going to juggle both some notes and other slides. One key thing to bear in mind, I think, is that the BO data alone does not guarantee impact. So it's only when you use the data, and especially combine it with other data, that's where the real value lies. In the work we did for the report, we spoke to the World Bank. I won't tell who we spoke to, but they said their BO disclosure in procurement was a great success because companies gave the information. And me and my colleague who did the research, we asked, okay, but what happens to the data? Does anyone use it? And he said, well, I don't know, but it's a great success because we have the data. For us, that's not success, that's not impact, it's only when the data is used. And Matt spoke about usability, that you truly start to see some of the impact. So basically, we split the use cases into three different categories. And first, I'll talk a bit about the direct use of BO data. So there's, the three different categories. So preventing corruption and fraud by detecting actors, both buyers and sellers, trying to subvert existing legislation and the contracting procedure for personal gain, improving service delivery through competition, and verifying the eligibility of suppliers for preferential procurement. So these are really the ways that you can proactively use the data. I think throughout the presentation, if you can bear in mind that everything I'm talking about, the data can also be used for analysis, so retroactively to see if certain policy objectives are being achieved, etc. So first, I'm going to talk to you a bit about corruption. So here's a quote from the OECD in 2016, "Corruption, the bane of public procurement." And then for the purposes of, because corruption has many different definitions, so corruption in procurement, for our purposes, going to define as involving the abuse of power of office to steer a contract to a specific bidder without detection. This is important to bear in mind just to distinguish it from fraud, which I'll discuss in a second. So you've all seen in the previous presentation the different stages of the procurement process that exist. Corruption can happen at any stage of that process. So in the early stage of the contracting process, you can think of bids being tailored to benefit specific suppliers. Sometimes this means not going out for tender, but a direct award, shortening a tender period, or sharing inside information with particular bidders to advantage them. At the award and the contracting phase, corruption can involve basically awarding the contract to a company that, according to the criteria in the tender, would not win, inflating the contract value, removing repercussions from the failure to deliver on a contract. But basically, because according to the definition we're using here, the corruption in procurement always involves the involvement of someone in a position of power, there is always a link and a conflict of interest between those involved and the company that wins the bid. And usually, or but not always, this can involve the payment of bribes in exchange for the contracts, or for instance, someone getting rights to profit in the winning company, etc., etc. And public procurement is the most common purpose of all bribes. So just to bring it back slightly to the Kenyan context, I think, so there's corruption in procurement, goes by different names. I think here you sometimes refer to tenderpreneurs or budgeted corruption. So I think on the left you have a cartoon from Gado, I think the Tanzanian political cartoonist who's very active in Kenyan politics, depicting, I think he always depicts MPs as various animals. And here's something from the Kenyans on Twitter showing the Kenya's tenderpreneur starter pack, starting with a V8 Land Cruiser and a little puffer jacket. And again, just to talk about, just a famous case, probably famous to all of you, but one that we also know around the world is the Anglo leasing procurement scandal. So in 1997, there was a contract to replace the passport printing system, and there were multiple bids. One was from a French company that quoted 6 million euros, and then the contract was awarded to a UK-based company called Anglo Leasing Finance for 30 million euros to then subcontract the French company, seemingly pointlessly. And from some of the background reading I've been doing about Kenyan procurement and the scandals that, the big scandals, basically this is a very common feature, that a foreign company is contracted at a very high amount that then subcontracts another company seemingly pointlessly. And just going back to what we talked about yesterday, this is also why the disclosure of foreign companies is so important. 2006, John Githongo is the famous whistleblower, that's him on the right. And 2015, 3 businessmen and 7 government officials charged, but I believe all the court cases are still ongoing. Fraud. So again, just to define it for our purposes, this is the efforts to subvert the procurement process, but this time without the knowledge and complicity of officials. So then often we talk about bid rigging. So what is rigging a bid? One example is suppressing bids. So that's sort of what that image shows. You and another supplier make the deal, that supplier won't place a bid, basically to improve the chances of you winning the bid. Cover bidding is submitting loads of fake bids to steer the selection towards your bid. And the point is that our procurement system should raise red flags when fraud is suspected, but it can be incredibly difficult and time and resource consuming to detect fraud. So the red flags that a procurement system can raise are often, they're not a proof of wrongdoing, but at least flag that there should be an investigation, a closer investigation and inspection of the case. And there's one more example, is that a company can also try to misrepresent themselves to match the profile of the seller that the buyer or the government is looking for. And we have a really good demonstration later by Stephen of what such a red flagging platform could look like. Again, so just bring it back to the Kenya situation. This is a quote actually from Purity's article. So this is Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika. I think by all means a controversial senator, irrespective of this quote. Linked to at least 14 companies whose services range from insurance to pharmaceuticals and furniture supply. And so one of his companies, Aticon Limited, started as a construction firm, was awarded $1.1 million, a $1.1 million contract by the Office of the Deputy President in 2016. Based on the investigation, so former employees told reporters that the senator employed fraudulent tactics to win the tender, using multiple companies he owned to bid against each other, creating an illusion of competition. So this is what's called cover bidding. So fraudulently engaging in the procurement process. So using BO data to prevent corruption and fraud. So I already touched upon it. So the information can help check for conflicts of interest that otherwise may escape more superficial checks by identifying links between those holding positions of powers, for instance, politically exposed persons or procurement authorities, and the potentially hidden ownership and control of companies. Again, when a red flag is raised, signaling there may be a conflict of interest, additional checks need to be built in. And I think as Matt discussed and Steve discussed this morning, if the data is structured and machine readable, some of these checks can be automated. And this saves a huge amount of time and makes procurement a lot more efficient. And then fraud, again, raising red flags for potential signs of collusion, bid rigging. And one of these, so thinking back to the senator's case in the last slide, is identifying bids from different companies that share ownership. At face value and shareholder ownership, they might have different owners, but they might share a beneficial owner. I should note, in most procurement legislation, shared ownership is not illegal, but companies operating as a cartel, so what the senator was doing, artificially inflating prices, price gouging, etc., those things are illegal. So again, this is raised red flags that this may be going on. I hope this works. So I wanted to show one more case from Slovakia about a company misrepresenting itself. So this company is called the Stork's Nest. So in 2006, it was owned by a multinational conglomerate called Agrofair. So there's Stork's Nest at the bottom. In 2008, it changed from being a limited company to a joint stock company with bearer shares. Bearer shares I mentioned yesterday. They're a form of ownership where you just need to hold a piece of paper, full anonymity. You can give it to someone else. They then own the shares. So we didn't know who was behind the bearer shares. And in 2008, it receives 1.67 million euros in EU funds. And those funds were earmarked for small businesses. Everyone just saw what you see on the bottom left there. It looks like a small business. And it received the money. And then in 2013, Agrofair takes over ownership again. And then it turns out what was behind the bearer shares is actually this company structure, which is certainly not a small company by any standards. And at the top of that big ownership chain is actually the Czech Prime Minister. And he's been ordered by the EU to pay a lot of the funds he received in actually multiple companies back. So I just want to talk briefly where this is happening in practice, because this whole concept of using BO data in procurement is not a new one. So on the left is a screenshot of the Slovakian, the BO register that was set up specifically for procurement purposes. So this is the one that Stephen mentioned that we ingest into our register. And it's called the Register of Public Sector Partners. And it's specifically for procurement. So all private entities that provide goods or services to the public sector over a certain value or within its scope. I think the level is like 100,000 euros for a single contract and 250,000 euros for recurring annual contracts. Here, so the registration is compulsory for awardees. So before you receive your contract, you have to be on the register. If you are not, you will not receive the contract. And one thing which I'll come back later when we talk about how to implement for this is if you only collect BO data for contract awards, you cannot check for things like cover bidding, because then you would want to collect BO data for everyone submitting bids. And then just quickly about the Slovakian case. So the companies are not allowed to register themselves, but they have to go through local notaries and lawyers, and they are actually the ones responsible for verifying the information. And if there's any problem with the data, it's the notaries that are in trouble in addition to the companies. And if it does turn out some false information has been filed, there can be fines, but there can also be consequence for the contracting. So I think the most severe one is like an immediate cancellation of the contract, as well as barring someone to participate in the procurement process, either the individual or the company, in the future. And this has been online since 2017, and it's already had an impact. There's been a number of lawsuits. It's helped clean up public procurement, has reduced risk to SMEs because big companies tended to contract and then go bust, disappear, leaving the SMEs with all the debt. On the right is Arachne, which is a risk scoring tool that is used by the EU, specifically in a social fund and its regional development fund. And it's what they call an integrated IT tool for data mining and data enrichment. However, so it uses a commercial data set, so that Bureau van Dijk, the Orbis data set, which contains beneficial ownership data. There are big problems with private data sets. One is that essentially they collect data and rely on publicly available sources, including the public BO registers that Steve talked about to begin with. So their coverage is hugely problematic. If the country doesn't have a register, they're unlikely to have very good data. And governments are in a way better position to verify data than private sector actors are. Then the second use case, improving service delivery. So BO data can help with reducing, managing operational financial risks. Through that, it can help diversify suppliers and widen business participation, and then and furthermore foster competition by detecting shared ownership. So managing risk and diversifying suppliers. So if governments, and actually broader than just governments, anyone who has access to data, like business owners, if they can understand full ownership changes and structures, they can then fully assess the potential financial liabilities that a company has. So you engage a company, it might not have any financial liabilities, but if there's another company owned by the parent company that has substantial financial liabilities, that poses a significant risk. I think this risk is best illustrated by the case of Carillion, which is a UK private company that delivered loads of different services for the UK government. So they're hospitals, schools, prisons, transport, and I think it had around 450 contracts with the UK government when it went bust. And the problem was the UK government, they weren't able to even realize what the scope or the scope of the impact was of this happening, right? Because suddenly you have prison guards not turning up for work in the southwest of the country and school meals stopping in the northeast of the countries because, I'll try to find the number. Anyway, I think, yeah, anyway, just trying to find the number because I don't have it here, of like the number of different companies sub-owned by Carillion that were engaged in these government contracts. So that itself obviously a big benefit in service delivery, preventing that from happening. But if you're better able to manage the risk, then you can also increase the pool of potential suppliers, because government contractors sometimes tend to be quite risk averse. They engage the same suppliers again and again. That's obviously not really great for competition, innovation, the cost, etc. So there was a study done in the UK, and especially engaging newcomers to the market and small and medium-sized enterprises, basically delivered better services and was also significantly cheaper for government. Fostering competition, also best demonstrated through an example. So the UK Competition Markets Authority, they use the UK BO data, so the persons of significant control data, to answer questions such as, what are the ownership and directorship relationships between the largest 5 companies in the construction sector? What is the concentration in the construction sector once common ownership and control are taken into account? So they can regulate competition way better once they have a better understanding of shared ownership. I think there was an analysis of the care home market in the UK, which turned out to be owned by, once, factoring in shared ownership and control, owned essentially by 5 different companies. If one of those companies goes bust, there can be huge implications for service delivery from government. The third use case I want to talk about is the verification and certification of supplier eligibility. And then we're talking about strategic procurement. Strategic procurement is defined as the procurement that gives preference to certain suppliers, thereby deviating from the traditional principles of public procurement. So equality, non-discrimination, and competition, all those things that you usually want to do with a tender process. This is also related to fraud, but because the policy aim is different, we've split this out in our thinking. So 2 examples of strategic procurement. One is preferential procurement, which means that you prefer certain suppliers usually to achieve horizontal policy aims. So I'll come to a Kenyan example in a second, which is preferential procurement for instance, women-owned businesses, youth-owned businesses, or disabled people. There is an example from South Africa where they have preferential procurement for black-owned businesses. There's lots of examples from the EU where they try to achieve certain environmental aims. And then defense procurement is another common one where governments tend to favor domestic suppliers in order to not share confidential information with foreign states. So this is the one I just referenced, the Access to Government Procurement Opportunities in Kenya, also known as the AGPO. And this quote is from one of the final reports, which says, rich and able-bodied people, mainly men, were using women, the youth, and disabled as a front for securing tenders. They help the women go through the process of tendering. When the tender is won, the woman is given a small amount of money, while the real business belongs to the rich people. So this is the corruption angle. But there's also, in that report, the fact that the way the process is set up, and I think so you have it here, you verify your business on the website, you need to submit 5 different documents, national ID, certificate of incorporation, partnership deed, etc., to verify yourself and get a certificate. This process, and this is a quote from the report as well, the most challenging part of the tendering process faced by women is getting the finances to start the registration process, to get the AGPO certificate, and the technical part of preparing the proposal, financing the tenders. So you can see that centrally collecting beneficial ownership data and combining it with other reference data sets, for instance, potentially a population register which contains information about gender or disabilities or whatever, can be a really helpful reference data set that can help automate the certification for this type of procurement. And then defense procurement, I think also best shown through an example. So the US Government Accountability Office looked at, I think, over 30 cases between 2012 and 2018, and they found 4 cases which involved individuals creating domestic shell companies to appear essentially as American companies, but they were essentially shell companies for foreign manufacturers to bid on contracts designated for domestic companies. So one of these companies supplied defective and non-conforming parts, and this led to 47 military aircraft being grounded, and 3 of the companies shared sensitive military technical drawings and blueprints to foreign countries. And then yeah, that's just shown in this diagram. This is the sort of veil of secrecy, I suppose. And this made me think yesterday in the Executive Order 2 of 2018, there's the exemption for the procurement of goods of a classified nature that Mary discussed. So this is an exemption for the disclosure of companies supplying things related to national security. To me, that doesn't make sense. I think if you want to exempt those from publication, there are grounds for that. There are no grounds for exempting them from disclosing their ownership. And you know, the consequences cannot just be for the public purse, but also for national security. So these are basically the way that you can directly use the data in different procurement processes, whether in making decisions, procurement decisions, or conducting analysis on whether you're achieving certain policy aims. There is also a benefit that BO data can have indirectly by improving sort of the market from which you are procuring from. So indirectly, it can help increase competitiveness between businesses. So in tackling corruption, the playing field is leveled, which improves competition, therefore improves the market where you're procuring from. It can reduce the risk and cost of due diligence. Again, this is if the data is made public. Business owners can use the data to conduct due diligence on each other, thereby reducing the cost of doing this. And 3 is fostering a business culture of transparency and trust. There's been a number of studies that shown that basically full transparency in beneficial ownership data improves business confidence, can attract inward investment. And I think this is also one of the policy aims that the BRS mentioned yesterday that Kenya is trying to pursue. So this diagram, this is the one that Steve started with yesterday. And what we're basically trying to show here is what does an ideal system look like on paper? Because all the things that I've been discussing, all the things that Matt's been discussing, you won't be able to do that if you do not implement it well. And poor implementation will severely limit what you are able to do. So this is, basic data flow of the data sources, so disclosure to a central register, to the procurement agency that exchanges data and verifies the data is correct with a central register. All these different use cases, once you publish the data for oversight, verification, accountability, but also for analysis and making it public allows other companies to conduct due diligence on each other. So just want to quickly run through for some of the main considerations for implementation. So one is the data source. So discussed it before, private providers of data versus government collected data. Governments basically are significantly better due to the mandate and the means they possess of being able to verify ownership information. So quality of government collected data, once verified, is often significantly better than private data sources. Coverage, so we have, as I mentioned, Slovakia, who initially had only a procurement register. So are you collecting information on just the companies for procurement or on the entire economy? So Kenya, fortunately, falls into the latter category. But it does then matter, and I think Kenya, those decisions to be made, for instance, on the publication. Are you publishing information just on the bidders or also on the awardees? If you publish it on the bidders, you can do analysis on fraud, bid rigging, collusion, that sort of thing. If it's only on the awardees, that's more about the corruption angle in procurement. Access, government only versus public access. Discussed. We've been discussing some of the use cases. Obviously, there is a big internal government use case, but there is also a big use case for public access and having that oversight function and that accountability function that you otherwise will not have. Data format and structure. I think basically we spent the whole morning talking about this, and I've sort of refrained from showing some snapshots from this dashboard that we've developed because Steve's going to talk about it in more detail in a bit. But basically, that will show you what you can do if it is structured, if you publish data to a common data standard or a common language, if you will. All these systems can speak to each other. This reduces the resources it takes, the time it takes, the cost of doing this. Due diligence can be a very time-consuming and costly process if done manually. If you can at least flag up suspicious cases for someone to then look at, that could save you a lot of money. Finally, data verification. Again, this relates to the data source. If you are collecting data centrally, you can use a whole of government approach to verification, rather than if the PPRA, for instance, decided they would want to start collecting beneficial ownership data themselves and hold a parallel database. And then finally, sanctions enforcement. We've recently done a bit of research on this and also published another policy briefing. But basically, for compliance with disclosure requirements, what seems to be more effective than simply fines and financial sanctions are the non-financial sanctions, and then specifically the ones that relate to the policy area in question. So if we're talking about procurement-specific disclosure, we would recommend procurement-specific sanctions. So what Slovakia has is barring companies from engaging into contracts with the governments. Again, using BO data, having these sanctions on individuals, you could then try to link this individual to potentially new companies they set up. And I think we're nearing, this is nearing the end. And I basically just want to go back to this slide and say that what you see here, there are like very few, potentially no, depending on how you look at it, countries that have done this, right? So this is based on our research about what would be like the ideal hypothetical system you would want to have. And basically, I think there's a really good opportunity for Kenya here. And although, the register is as of yet not public, if all Kenya's OGP commitments are met and everything will be implemented in the way that we have been discussing yesterday, essentially Kenya's system could end up looking a lot like this, and then Kenya would probably become one of the trailblazers in this area. Anyway, that's it. I welcome any questions that anyone may have.
Hello? Okay. So we have a question from Lupinda online, and then she says, how does one ensure that the BO data in the BO register submitted by a company is accurate and comprehensive?
So this was the verification, what we were talking about. We have a whole separate line of work on verification, and there's a policy briefing on our website that you could look at. But essentially, it comes down to collecting data in a way that prevents mistakes from being made. So this ties in a lot to what Steve and Matt have been talking about this morning, and using good forms, not having what Favor mentioned yesterday, a free text field to type in your nationality, which can lead to like hundreds of different ways for a person to describe nationality. When you have collected the data, it can involve cross-checking the data against other government-held information. So I think, as happens in the Kenyan context, they use your KRA PIN or your passport scan to basically check, is his name correct, is the date of birth correct, as what we have on record. And you can then basically go into this basically very sort of more technically challenging approaches to verification, to look at, for instance, like in Ukraine, there are all these proposals to do this, where they like take tax information, they take person's medical history, and they look at Does this person, based on all the other information we have, how likely is it that they can actually own a company? And that's because in Ukraine it's very common for someone to drive into the countryside and get someone to sign an incorporation document for a company, just so that they have that straw person, who's then given $100 or whatever. So there's lots of different approaches. Not the topic of today's session, and we can talk about it for multiple hours. So I'd point you in the direction of the policy briefing on the website.
Are there any other questions in the room from anyone here? Obviously, if you've got a copy of the procurement briefing, then have a read, and all of the examples that Tymon mentioned are fully laid out in there. It's like I said, it's all of these briefings and everything we're mentioning are also available on the Open Ownership website, it's openownership.org as well. I can't see around that.
Not all the examples, most of the examples.
Most of the examples. I can't see. If there's no questions, I can move on. And yeah, thank you very much, Tymon. So last session before lunch, we're going to stop for lunch at about 12:30. And just to remind you what we're doing for a few people who arrived a little bit later. So we're doing a few presentations this morning. And then this afternoon, what we want to do is to get you in your tables to think about how all the things we've been talking about can be useful for your work. What resources there might be that we know of that could be more useful for you to take away and to use or read or learn about. And whether there's other things that my team or other people from, let's say, open contracting could provide that would help you with your work. So we really want to find out how you would like to use beneficial ownership data or public procurement data or both when you go away from here, hopefully knowing a lot more about how some of this data is being produced. So what I am going to talk about now is part of the project that we've been doing in Kenya since October of last year. It's been mentioned a couple of times. So it's the demonstration tool that we've reused and have launched a version that's linked to from the spreadsheet. So I'll go through my slides, but if you want to follow along, there's a link at the bottom of the speaker notes to where you can go and look at the prototype itself. So the prototype is called Bluetail. And the idea is that if you have good quality beneficial ownership data and open contracting data, and also if you want data on politically exposed persons, so let's say a list of everyone who's a current sitting MP or who holds public office, that you can combine all of those things by saying that this person here is a beneficial owner, this person here is in charge of this company, this person here also happens to be a politician, so let's show all that information to users. So it's a tool that would allow people to combine all those data sets and to get insights from that. I just wanted to do a reminder for earlier on. So BODS, I'll say a couple of times, is the Beneficial Ownership Data Standard. It's at standard.openownership.org. And hopefully Matt explained this nicely, but we also have our own schema. So it's a guide for how you can technically produce data and what we would recommend in terms of how you publish it, so that you can easily combine it with things like procurement data and other data on politicians, let's say. The details are here, and hopefully people can see it, or you have the presentation up in front of you. So remember, it's bit.ly/Kenya workshop will take you to the presentation, which has all of the links and all of the details here. So this is an example we have on our documentation site that gives some of the kind of paper documentation that we tend to see on the left-hand side and how that's translated into data on the right. If you're not familiar with working with this data, some of it makes a lot of sense when you start to get into it. It's just like statement dates, like when was this statement published. There's names of people, what kind of interest they have, like voting rights in this case. So hopefully some of the fields will explain quite nicely what they are, what they're capturing. It's just done in a structured way to make it easier to combine with other things. And just again, I tried to delete this slide to reflect back to earlier on. So we collect data on people, we collect data on entities or companies, and we collect information on the ownership or control, so how those people control those companies and how you can link all of that together to either get kind of simple or very complex beneficial ownership chains. This is the guidance that Matt mentioned earlier on. So if you go to the open contracting site and you look up how to publish beneficial ownership data, then our team and their team wrote this guidance together. And so it explains to you how, if you want to publish beneficial ownership data, you can do some of that through OCDS, but also if you want it to be very detailed, you can come over and use our data standard. Again, all the links for this should be at the bottom of the slides. So Bluetail is an open source piece of technology. So that means we've published it on GitHub, which lots of developers use for releasing code, that anyone can use to connect up data sets from, like I said, that are on open contracting and beneficial ownership and politically exposed persons. It's got the link for this is in the slides, or it's the link on the right-hand side for the version we've done for Kenya. And what it gives you is you should be able to see for each of these companies here. So this is an example of one tender that's being looked at for IT infrastructure delivery. And then these are the 5 companies that have submitted tenders. Now what I want to make clear is this is a demonstration application. So behind the scenes there is BODS data, there is OCDS data, and then we're linking them together and showing how you can get certain types of warning. It's not data from Kenya, unfortunately. It's a demonstration application to show how those kind of data sets could be used in future if they're released. But sadly, we don't have the access to the data for here, so we weren't able to use real world examples. It just shows you what is possible. So if you go on to GitHub and you find the Bluetail project, you'll find that there's folders which have data in them, and then there's an application like this that sits on top, so you can get a kind of view into that. I'll just go through some of the kind of red flags that are built in there that have been discussed earlier on. So first of all, there's a company here that's applied for this tender, and we can say that the company ID isn't valid. So hopefully there would be a system that would validate these kind of IDs a bit earlier on. As we heard, identifiers are very important to be able to connect up data. But if it would be useful in a system, you could also say this number is too short, this number is not a real company ID. So that's one way that we can flag things within the Bluetail. Another one is the interesting way that the contracting data and beneficial ownership data is linked. So in this example, we have a company, the parent company, which appears linked to multiple people who've submitted tenders. So this is made possible by looking at the beneficial ownership data and working out that the people at the end of those chains for multiple companies are the same person. So we're saying that the companies all link back. So there's kind of shared ownership that could be a potential red flag, or something that the authorities might want to look into a bit further if there were multiple bids coming in from ultimately the same company or the same people who own those companies. There's also mechanisms built in so that you can see if there are debarred suppliers. So I know this was a topic of conversation that was mentioned yesterday about there being a list of debarred suppliers. So you can flag the companies that are debarred, or you can flag whether they're from a jurisdiction who were not allowed to bid for that particular tender. So again, all of this works on knowing where the company's from, knowing who's in charge of the company, and being able to connect those IDs to where the company's from. So there's a bunch of further reading about this prototype. I guess the thing I wanted to mention that I think Tymon mentioned in his presentation, which is key here, is what the prototype looks at is what you could do if you had all this data on the tenders and on the bidding process. Whereas as far as we understand, I don't think our representative from the PPRA has arrived yet, unfortunately. But the data initially it's going to be published in Kenya is going to be on the awardees. So you'll get the information on who's been awarded. You'll get the beneficial ownership data on the companies that are awarded public tenders, but we don't yet have the ability to have published the tenders. But we think that this kind of system would be incredibly useful internally for government if they were keen on combining these data sets and learning more from them. So in this case, you'd need the information on the tenders to be able to say this person who's submitted this tender has appeared linked to multiple bids, so that you could then use that information before you move on through the stages. So you maybe say, oh, I'm not going to award this because this company is from this company has been debarred, or this company is from a jurisdiction we shouldn't be doing business with, or this company is from a jurisdiction that's not the target of this kind of tender. So, there might be conditions built in for around contracting. And I'm very happy to answer any questions, and I'll make sure to put in the if you go to some of the blog posts that link to there are the links to the code if anyone wants to find out more about how that's all done. And again, very happy to talk more and to answer any questions that anyone has about it. It's worth saying that this uses some sample data. We haven't yet extended it to use all the data for a whole country, which is something I think we'd be really interested in doing. So being able to scale it up and use much larger data sets, but we haven't done that yet. It's just a demonstration. All right, question over here.
Just a quick question. Maybe you can go back to the slide for Bluetail. The Bluetail. There was a slide on Bluetail somewhere. Yeah. I'm not a person, but I'm just trying to understand this, because we've been trying to, I would say, to unblock or unbottle the issue around interoperability of systems, so that systems can speak to each other. So this is very interesting for me, because we've been discussing with the PPRA, including the counties themselves, is how do we ensure these systems speak to each other, and government officers are not key in information in different places and do not have to determine from different portals or different places to cross-check the procurements that are going on. So my question is, the Bluetail, the prototype, is it a system that has both the OCDS standard and the beneficial ownership standard, that it brings them together, pulls them together, or is it an API that sits in between the two systems and can connect the two systems to speak to each other? I'm not so sure, so I'm trying to understand how this works, because the API conversation has been a big one.
Okay, so it's not an API, but it's a system that uses BODS data and OCDS data. So it could be adapted to use an API. So API is an application programming interface, which means that if you're a developer, you could write something that says, go off and get this data from here and here and here, and I know how it's structured, so please bring it into my application. So this is a kind of simple application that has some beneficial ownership data, has some open contracting data, and then it produces views like this that combine all of that. So just to go through what it's doing here, so it's pulling the names of the companies and the fact they've submitted a tender that's under this is all pulled from open contracting. When it's published, when the closing date is, when the contract start date, and the value of the contract is all coming from open contracting. So you've got all the contracting side of the data. Then using the same company identifiers, you then say, oh, this company, let's say, Mitchell System Limited here, has put in this tender, but using the beneficial ownership, you can see, oh, the same person is also connected to one of the other companies. So a lot of what you're seeing here is the open contracting side, and then some of the warnings are generated from those other data sets saying this person is a politician, because you can match the ID number to that separate one, or this person is a beneficial owner over here, because that's how it's been done. So all of it has been done using the identifiers that we discussed earlier. So this person, this passport number, has appeared here in open contracting and has appeared here in beneficial ownership. so we can combine the two and say that that's the same person. So yeah, this system uses those data sets and kind of sits on top, but it would be more in line with it's like software that uses the data. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification, because it kind of gives me a scope of or an idea of possibly how much needs to be done. So essentially then, in terms of next steps, it would mean that if the current register, and I don't know if PRS can maybe tell us what system the current register is on, it needs to be put on this kind of system. Is that what we're saying? Like the current register now, because I think there's already a register that is functioning within the BRS, Business Registry Services. So it needs to be either juxtaposed on this Bluetail prototype or this system, so that then it generates this information, and then possibly we still have to figure out the API conversation so that the different systems can speak to each other, irrespective of the PPRA level when they want to check beneficial ownership and the other counties. So I'm just trying to see what needs to be done as we go forward as people who support this organization, so that when we are having the conversations, we are actually having almost a common message and about what needs to be done, and possibly sharing from a point of information that is informed what needs to be done going next to the next steps.
So just going back to what we discussed yesterday, there's an open government partnership promise right now that as more beneficial ownership data is released in Kenya, then it will be published in line with the beneficial ownership data standard. So in terms of this right now, Kenya has the open contracting data. There is data on politicians that's available for Kenya that could be put into the system as well. But yes, what we don't have is the beneficial ownership data in line with this standard. So what actually part of the project we're doing at the moment is to give advice and to produce a report that tries to look at how the data that's produced could in future perhaps be mapped to the data standard. So that's similar to what we do in other countries like the UK and Denmark. It doesn't mean that the data has to be published as that data, but there's ways to translate it so that it's available there. So that's something we've been working on to try and provide some advice that could help with the delivery of that commitment that will probably be coming in the next couple of years, we hope. Thank you. Has anyone else got any other questions?
This one is a simple one. I just wanted to ask about the capacity. Like for all this to be implemented from your experience in other countries, does these government institutions need particular capacity? Does the civil society that is going to also be using this, or even the general citizen, like literally what does it take to have this working?
So we've looked at the forms that are being used in Kenya, and there's already good structured data being collected behind the scenes. So there obviously is not the legislation, and it's not all public. The first data is being made public on the people who are awarded public procurement tenders. So we understand, and we've looked through the forms. What Open Ownership does a lot is review the forms that different countries use and make sure that they're in line with the legislation and that they're capturing everything that's being asked for. And then we provide advice on how that can be published in a way that lines up with our data standard. But I think that the data being collected in Kenya is actually very good quality. It's just not public, you know. So a system like this shows what could happen if more of it was published. But I mean, in terms of awareness, that the idea of this was to try and make it as simple as possible, to say you literally have a list of tenders and there's a bunch of red flags next to them, so you don't have to peer into the data, you don't have to spot that this identifier is the same in this data set and this data set. But I think there's probably more work that we can do to better explain this and to say how it works and how it all links up. But it's just it's more of it's a demonstration. It's to show that if you have this high quality data, some things like this become a lot quicker and easier. And actually, if the data was published, other people could probably do a much better job of like visualizing it and showcasing red flags or raising things that were found in the data. Another question, yeah?
It's just a follow-up to that, because having looked at a bit of history of, let's say, the IFMIS system, how it was set up, like the procurement of like those systems, like the question Hope was asking, what systems? So I wanted to ask, can this be done by local capacity? How can it be more day-to-day culture in some of these government entities without having to do another controversial procurement process of the system to implement transparency? You know what I mean? Like, I think the Kenyans in the room know how IFMIS is controversial from its procurement to its implement, like a bit of history around how the implementation came up. So my comment is around the implementation of these processes and their sustainability. Like, will these government entities have to have competent IT or data departments? Like what will it take for it to be, because there is the now getting the idea and the ecosystem, but on the ground, like how this is now gets sustainable. So that's the question I wanted to ask, whether they have to procure some external organizations to implement this, or is it other than getting this idea, is there a discussion about the workforce or who gets to make this possible?
So I would say that what we found is that lots of government systems are collecting data that is well structured, and in half a dozen cases we've shown how even if you don't use our data standards, the data being collected is good enough that you can map it over. It's not a thing where you have to necessarily completely change the procurement system or the beneficial ownership register, because legally we can't have. I'm not part of a competent authority, so I can't have access to any of the beneficial ownership data in Kenya. But we know that there's other jurisdictions where, for example, they just give us sample data. Indonesia is an example where we've done this, and you can very easily see how a lot of the information that's collected is quite common across beneficial ownership, and it makes it easy for, not easy, but like you don't have to change the entire system. It could be that the system that's there, if the data was published, it would be just a task to connect it and to translate some of the fields and map them. So I'd hope that it wouldn't be something that would involve a kind of hugely long process. And just worth adding that that's something we've done in other countries where we've had sample data given to us. It's not real data because we can't get access to it, but we can see the structure and how it's being gathered and can very easily recommend and show how that data could be used in line with our data standard, which helps you connect it to data from other places and
just to add that the principles for effective disclosure, for instance, they're very much about the policies, the laws, the systems, the tech you need to get to usable and useful data. That in its own is quite complex, but it's also sort of the easy part of the story that it doesn't talk about, the how to get to that point from a sort of human resources point of view. So like this is just part of the story, right? And then once you have usable and useful data, it needs to be used, which means there might need to be a culture shift in the procurement agencies and how they think about procurement. Like the system alone will not, that's not the fix. but it can be part of the fix. So this what we focus on is mostly like, how do you get to the point in legislation, in policy making, in the systems, to useful data. But yeah, we're very conscious that that's only part of the story.
Great. If there's no more questions, thank you very much, everyone. Please do come and talk to members of the Open Ownership team if anything that's been talked about this morning is interesting, or if you have any questions or things that we could share with you. It's lunchtime. The restaurant for people who weren't here yesterday is down on the first floor and just along the other side of the corridor. So we'll come back in about an hour's time, so at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Is this on? Good afternoon. It's not working. Colleagues in the back. Hello.
Sorry, the microphones aren't working.
The battery is low, whatever that means.
I think there's only one table left. But they're here. The only ones we left.
Okay, I think we'll start just because it's time. Is it now working? No? Yeah?
Chick, 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 chick.
I think that means that this is now working, but it's got a horrible sound. Can that be fixed? Is this better? It's not better. It was not my phone. Is there a better mic, or is this all we have to deal with? All right, I don't know whether you can hear me, because I know I've got a soft voice. If you can hear me, please raise your hand. Excellent.
Check, check, 1, 2.
And Steve can hear me, so that's the room. All right, this is, you can look at this afternoon session. And the one is that we are going to land this aeroplane. The other is that we're going to be setting ourselves up for takeoff. Thank you. Hello. Ooh, it works. Okay. Yeah, so this is the last part of the workshop that we are hosting. For this session to be successful, I'm going to need your help. And the first part of needing your help is asking some of the colleagues here to come in a little bit, because we're going to be doing a bit of group work. So if I can ask these two tables over here to integrate themselves into some of these tables over here. We're all going to watch you awkwardly until it gets done. That includes you. So it's just going to be the silence whilst you move. whilst colleagues are moving, and to make it a little bit less awkward, my name is Karabo, and I'm with Open Ownership as well. My home is in Cape Town. Tymon Kiepe. Implementation team, which I have the absolute pleasure of leading. My introduction is now over. You won't outdo me. I think, Zachariah, if you want to just join this table over here, because there's a bit of space, and then that'll be perfect. Okay, I think thank you so much for cooperating. I think it bodes well for the rest of the afternoon. So as I said, together with Fav and other colleagues, Open Ownership is providing work globally across approximately 40 countries. And so I'll be presenting a little bit on what implementation looks like at the international level. So if you think about what implementation looks like in the Kenyan context as well. Just to say, in sort of the either anti-corruption or governance or tax transparency space, beneficial ownership is a relatively new player, but I think fast becoming one of the key areas which is being addressed through policy, through technology and other areas. But it's still very much an emerging area of good practice as well as an emerging global norm. Since open ownership started in 2017, there's been a large amount of countries who have made commitments to beneficial ownership transparency. I was promised if I press click it would work. It works. We've now got approximately 100 and this map says 110 according to our website countries, or 112 countries who have now got commitments to beneficial ownership transparency. Many countries are now making commitments to implementing central registers. Some countries have started off by implementing first extractive register, particular countries who are under the EATI process. And then there's quite a few countries who have made commitments to implement not only central registers, but public registers as well. I'm now going to actually hand over the work to you, as opposed to me doing the presenting, because I know that we've got many experts in the room with us. So because this is the afternoon shift, and we know that the energy tends to dip, I thought that I would relax myself and allow my energy to dip and rely on your energy to make the session work successfully. So you all now officially are in groups. There is group 1 to my left over here, to your right, group 2 over here, group 3, group 4, and group 5. Please remember your group numbers. This is very important. There's going to be winners, there are going to be losers, so it's very important to know which group you're part of. We've got a series of questions about what implementation looks like at the global level. The first of these questions, and this is officially the quiz starting, is there's been a number of assessments done to look at how countries are implementing their commitments under the FATF process. Now, this is the global standard around financial transparency, and many countries, including Kenya, many countries across the region are FATF either member states or are complying with FATF requirements. So my first question to the group, you've got a very short amount of time to answer this question, exactly 1 minute, is how many countries globally have effective systems for enabling the access of beneficial ownership data to competent authorities? So competent authorities being law enforcement and other countries. So how many countries have got very effective systems for enabling biodata use by competent authorities? Please do not rely on your cousin Google. This is not the time. So I ask each of the groups to discuss this over a minute. Write down your answer, either A, 1, 2, or 3. Over to you.
Okay, so my basis of the guess is that at least I know for sure there are countries that are doing that, but they are not. I don't feel like it's the most countries. But now.
Colleagues, let's decide you've been saved right now because my timer hasn't started ticking. As soon as I find it, your minute is going to end very quickly.
Maybe 15 minutes. But also, open. That's what I'm saying. That's where the catch is. So that's a good mind to be, yes, because of the competent authority. Leonard, your guess? To competent authorities.
Because first,
how many groups are ready by show of hands? One group is ready. Other groups are ready to answer. Okay, the time is now officially up. I'm seeing discussions are beginning to pick up quite fast. So, group number one, what is your response? Time is up. What's your best guess?
We're looking at the reviews that have been done by 40 countries. Our best guess would be 0. And the reason, the operative word there is very effective. Yes.
Thanks, group 1, group 2. And this is a bit of a good faith system. You aren't meant to change your answers based on other people's responses. Why me? Why not you, Irene?
Okay, so we had very divided.
we are calculating.
Time is up. What is your very best guess?
Very effective, so I'll go with 0%. Yeah, and count on Tymon's knowledge on this.
As part of us thinks 0, the other group thinks 15, so our answer is either 2 or 3.
There was also another proposal for number 4, none of the above.
We thought without a lot of dithering, we thought 15%.
No leakage from open ownership.
For us, it's 0%. Also because of the word very effective. We don't think there's a country that has a very effective system. Yeah.
All right, thank everyone for lending your expertise to this. So I'm going to give you the answer. So those of you who answered 0 are correct, and I'll explain why. That question was a bit trickily worded, so well done to those of you who were able to unpick the tricky wording. The key word, I think, Tolfi mentioned it, was the use of the word very effective system. So the Basel Institute, a colleague from the Basel was actually here earlier this morning, Mary, did a study which was published in 2020-21 last year of 121 countries on their ability to effectively implement both recommendation 24 and 25. And what they found was that in general there continues to be poor performance in this particular implementation area. On average, they say that in terms of technical compliance, so are countries meeting the requirements which are set out in these 2 recommendations, they found that only 47% of countries the average was 47%. In terms of the effectiveness of their beneficial ownership, technical requirements, this was again extremely low at 44%. And then there was no country, and I think this is important, there was no jurisdiction which has an effective system where competent authorities are able to effectively get bio data, and the key area is to a very large extent, so easily being able to access bio data. And then, so I think that the general trend here is that this continues to be a challenge around implementation. The Basel Institute, I think, really sets this out well. And then in addition, they found that there are still not effective systems around the collection and verification of information. So I think this is to really highlight that whilst I think Kenya is making really important strides in this area, it's a complex area, it's a difficult one, but then also to bear in mind that if the ultimate results of this are going to be quite significant. So really I think to realize that as a global community, we're all trying to make steps towards improving implementation. So well done to the groups who got it correct. I think this group needs to thank Tymon. And the only thing that you really get for getting it right is the bragging rights of knowing this type of technical detail. The next question. No, don't look. Okay, so Transparency International why are you moving? There we go. So the EU member states have been early implementers of beneficial ownership reforms, both of companies as well as trusts. Transparency International did an assessment of EU member states under the now outdated EU 5th Anti-Money Laundering Directive. From their assessment, which their countries have open data registers. And by open data registers, we mean that data which is both freely and publicly available. Your minute and a half starts now.
When you were doing the presentation about the red flag. About Latvia. You want to? No, come on, you're part of the team. You're part of our team. Yeah. How can you see? This table is very participatory. Sorry?
So you see, when we used to study for exams, we used to have a book called the Encyclopedia. I think that's your middle name.
Yeah.
So now, give us the answer.
Just to say, there's now 55 seconds left.
Denmark and
He's part of our group.
Like we've already praised.
Why are you censoring our group member? Why are you censoring our group member? You forget
But
embarrassed all of us, including him. He's part of our group.
We've checked his beneficial ownership details. And his middle name is...
There's 20 seconds left. That was my timer ringing. So time is officially up. I will start in the reverse order, so I'll start with this group for your answer first. Do we have a second mic?
All right. So I'll be honest. We were 100% sure on Denmark, right? So you have Denmark in number 1 and 3. So we just did a pick punky and landed on 1. So we're going to go Denmark and Latvia.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. The group behind you.
So I have a mic here. So for our group, we also went through the same, but I think I had a lot of influence in that answer. So if I'm wrong, they'll kick me out.
So also number 1. Okay.
So for us, we went with Ireland and Denmark, number 3.
Is there a reason why? Everybody else showed us their, what did they used to call it in school? Show us your work. What is your work?
Okay, so as I said, I think Denmark was just there for us, and we thought that Just that.
So Ireland and Latvia, number two.
Denmark.
And Ireland and Denmark. Okay, number three. Thank you. Group over here.
I will forgo this role. So we went with Denmark and Latvia for the initial discussion was that Stephen mentioned about having their data in one of the open ownership register. So we figured then that means that they have open data register. And secondly, you just said Denmark and you just said Ireland and Latvia, or is it Denmark and Latvia? So kinda rubber stamp.
So just to be clear, your answer is number one. Yes. Okay, thank you. The last group, I can take it for you. Group number one.
I think we're also doing some guesswork here. We've landed on option 3. Yeah.
And what is your process?
I may need the group members to assist me on this in terms of the roadmap leading to option 3. And our able assistant will take that one.
Thank you, our spokesperson. And for sure, you see the reason why we went with Ireland. The first, we were like, during the rankings, in some way, they are much involved on open data for development, and Denmark for sure did. They do. I think they are members of. Well, what did you say about Denmark? Yeah, we are sure with number 3, but it's a guesswork, but we are very sure that that's the response.
Okay, thank you. So group number 1 is saying number 3.
Yeah.
Thank you for your absolute certainty about that you're right. The difficulty is that you're wrong, but thank you. So just by show of hands, who's at number 1? And what is this group? Okay, so for those of you who said number 1, you are correct, so you can give yourself a pat on the back, a round of applause. An assessment of implementation by EU member states on whether they were either publishing data publicly, or it was a full register, or there was some kind of registration requirement to collect the data. And I think that shows that even with early implementing countries who have been in this game for some time, there's still progress to be made. And so this is often a helpful example of saying that, again, this is a difficult implementation area, but there is some progress which can be leaned upon in terms of how to move forward with this work, but also to really say that even within a particular region, there are different levels of implementation. So well done to those of you. I don't know whether it was because you knew this or because it was a bit of a guesswork, but well done for you for getting that answer right. Also, just to say, I think the discussion when it comes to implementation around public and open is probably one of the most discussed one, because of questions around sustaining registers, because of questions around privacy and data protection and what that means. So on the one hand, this tells us that there are examples where some of the risks which are often raised can be seen to be how they've been mitigated, but also the examples of how some countries who are implementing are working towards being able to make data slightly more available to a wider variety of users. But yeah, just to say, this is a very much a live discussion. I see if the BRS look at me to say, please. All right, the very last one, for those of you who've been focusing during the last days, is derived from the Open Ownership Map. And the question is, according to the Open Ownership Map, how many countries in Africa currently have full economy public registers? Publishing data. ooh, my timer.
I'm thinking, but I'm also looking at you. Registers. Nigeria doesn't. It's not open. I think we'll go with it. Is Nigeria open yet?
They're asking for full economy.
The thing across the board. Oh, not that very extract.
They have assisted, not just
No, yeah, so it's full economy across the board.
across, yeah, like registered even the landlord.
The landlord, across all ministries, like all sectors, you can get beneficial later. No, tatu. You cannot get 14. Tatu. Currently, the full economy, public, the word that you can even get. You see, public register, you're not public. And now, like Nigeria, they're only doing.
Stop. Okay, I'm going to pause the timer because our course is about what I mean by full economy. Does it mean that all companies have disclosed? Does it mean that all companies are publishing? What I mean by full economy is that the legislation currently requires all companies within a jurisdiction to provide their data. It doesn't necessarily mean that the registrar's got all that data. It doesn't necessarily mean that all that data is currently being published, but it's based on the law. Because I know that there was one group yesterday who was saying law versus actual. The timer has started again.
What does public mean?
Public registers. So
But what
the
does
law
public,
regards.
do you mean full economy
Because even for Kenya,
by government or full economy?
Because
Because there was a complexity. About what do we mean by public? By public we mean that access to the public. No, just publicly available. So available to anybody who makes a request. In law.
in law does not allow that. Yes. I agree with you.
Other questions? Okay.
Nigeria and Ghana, and I think was it Liberia that was touching the tax?
Yes, there's 30 days.
What about is it Lesotho or Botswana? Botswana. That now they are just
Okay, that was our time is up. I'm going to start with group number 1 to answer that question.
Yeah, but the rationale is I'd go with option 2, 3.
And what's your process?
Just crawling around the net and seeing the countries with the most, how do you put it?
Information that this, I can't remember whether it is Zambia. I know there's a Southern African country which has an open register, although it has been politicized a lot. So I would support 3.
So you're saying group number 1 is saying 3, and I've also named one country, Zambia. Thank you, group number 1. You're very confident again.
African country, not Zambia specifically.
Oh, a Southern Africa country.
Yeah.
Okay. Group number 2.
Okay, so I can project the this one that is working. Oops. Yeah.
So it's, you want to give, or you want to show working? Okay, so we know for sure it's 3, and know for sure Nigeria and Ghana are there. And there's a Southern African country. We're just not sure if it's Lesotho or Botswana, but I'll go with Lesotho.
Thank you, group number 2. So answer number 2, and you've named 3 countries, Nigeria, Ghana, with a Southern Africa country. Group number 3.
Yeah, our answer is 3, and it is an informed answer. Yeah, it is informed with facts and figures. Because we can name Egypt, we can name Nigeria, we can name Ghana, Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Mozambique, Zimbabwe. So we got to at least 13. We were only missing 1, so we went with 14.
I'm impressed by your method. It's really good to unpack your methodology and how you counted those 14 countries.
Yeah, we used the open data standards.
The open data standards. Okay, thank you, group number 3. Group number 4.
Group number 4, we thought 1, and we tried to.
Number 1, yes.
Yes, sorry, and I think we counted the countries. We started with here at home: Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, Zambia, South Africa. We thought Botswana has very good standards of openness, should bring them in. Tanzania has got, is implementing, or rather trying to implement EITI, or already. We thought that may help us, but we didn't get to 10, but we believe that may be the correct answer.
Okay, so you've got you've got a belief. Last group, number 6.
Okay. We went with 3, and we picked Zambia, Nigeria, and Ghana for our 3.
So you're saying number 2?
Yes.
And then you picked Ghana,
Nigeria, and Zambia. Yeah.
number 6. All right. Thank you for those who used science, those who used additional research, those who used faith and belief. So the group that wins this round and also wins a bonus point is group number 6. So this is a global map of all countries which we have made commitments to beneficial ownership transparency, either to central registers or to public registers. The way that it looks in Africa specifically, when it comes to implementation, there's the red dots, is that I can't see because I'm meant to wear glasses and I don't. But the countries who have got commitments to both public registers as well as central registers are implementing are Ghana, Nigeria, favors home, and Zambia. There was a group who tentatively said Zambia, but then withdrew that to say a Southern Africa country, so you're warm. Look, I mean, I think to Kairo's point, because I can see Kairo scowling at me right now, to say your scientific method is contested. I think there's always different indicators which are used to count this particular method. We were looking at this based on legislation, to say in your legislation, does it require companies, all companies in a jurisdiction to provide their data to a registrar, and is that data made available to the public beyond just competent authorities? And based on that, we arrived at the number 3, but we can always exchange ideas on indicators and methods for measuring, for the scientist at the back. But I think also this map just really again highlights that this is an emerging area of work. There's a number of countries that are making significant strides, obviously Kenya being one of them, but many countries are at the point of drafting legislation or making amendments to their legislation to provide for either extractive sector registers or procurement registers or central registers. You've also got a country such as Botswana. I think somebody threw Botswana out at some point. Yes. So their corporate registry is now doing amendments to their Companies Act to move from having a closed register to a public register. They've been implementing for some time, and so I think this is a growing area of work, and it's going to, I'm sure in the next few years, the map is going to look significantly different to how it's presented right now. So this brings us to the end of our official quiz. I didn't keep account of which answers you got right, so I don't know whether any group got 3 out of 3. This is an honor system. Group number 6, I'm sure you got one wrong. This is an honor system. I'm sure of group, can we clap for group number 6? And then do a half clap for group number 3, because and then well done to all of you for thinking through some of these questions, which we're all thinking about. Just to maybe wrap up, when we think about implementation and we realize that it's a journey, and it's about not only making the commitments to it, but about laying the ground foundations through a good legislative design, which is now, I think, the BRS is thinking about the amendments to the legislation, to thinking about the systems, as well as how the data is going to be captured and how it's going to be published, as well as being able to scrutinize the data, both by those competent authorities, but also members of the public who might scrutinize the data, which is disclosed if it's a public register. But ultimately, all of this work is about the impact all of these reform efforts which are put into place. And so an area of work which is growing both in open variety of partners is thinking about not only access to the data, but use of the data in particular. So through a program which I think you've heard mentioned over the last 2 days, through the Open Extractors program, Open Ownership to frustrate me, are piloting worked with civil society organizations as well as investigative journalists to really get them to derive the benefits from all the work that's being done by government implementers to establish these registers. There's also emerging areas of work around how this data is being used internally within government, by be it tax authorities or by be it your mining cadastres. And this is really important because this is a long process. It's often quite an expensive process. It requires a variety of stakeholders. And so the work that we must do ultimately is to make sure that the data is not only usable, but is used by a wide variety of stakeholders to ends within a particular society. There's a short video from the Ghana Data Use Workshop, which Favor, together with our colleague who's not here, Augustina, led on, working with civil society and journalists to get them to use data from the Ghana Public and Central Register. We'll also be in Lusaka next week, working with journalists as well as civil society organizations to work with their Public and Central Register as well. So I will hand over to Steve to play that video, which hopefully summarizes what that looks like in practice. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for lending your intellectual work to this afternoon. And as soon as this video is done playing, I'm going to hand over to Leonard to discuss BO in context of Kenya. Thank you very much. Oh, that's me.
Was the implementation of the beneficial ownership regime and the creation of a central beneficial ownership register. Police arrest criminals and then you go and report, and the police, if we arrested them for doing APs.
I'm just Why is it echoing now?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Stephen, I don't know. I'm also dependent on Stephen, so I think I should give him a few minutes.
Do you have slides?
Yes.
You can use it.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Wow. I think you need more group work. It seems after immediately the video came on, I realized most of you, it seems you don't like movies, and in that short space of time, you switched off or something. I'm not going to do much. I'll simply take you through these brief slides and then introduce the topics and questions we'll be discussing in terms of BO. Last week we were at a meeting, and a gentleman from the EACC called Peter Kagusha, Philip, yes, Philip gave us a wonderful presentation about their success rate and so many other things, and I really picked up something from that presentation, which I thought is a good way in terms of understanding why essentially we are working on BO. And from their success rate, he said something that I picked out. He said, if you compare the cases in the UK, they've had 2 cases, 2 anti-corruption cases, and they're yet to conclude them. And yet in Kenya, we've had 7 main cases, of which they are concluded and done with. And to them, that was 100% success rate. And he even told us how they went about it and so forth. What I picked from his the images of the people in those cases, and I've now taken it upon myself to kind of do a pictorial to be recording these instances as they come onto the news. Oh, okay. I see what Karabo is struggling with. Yes, this is a very interesting case. No, I really need this one, yeah. This is one of the most interesting cases. I think it's a case that broke open because of beneficial ownership. The only reason this case was picked up was because one of the gentleman's wives declared that he had more property than he was claiming during a divorce case. I won't point who. Maybe just try guessing from the facial expression who was getting divorced. But in the end, his friend got pulled along because they were owners of the same company. Their wealth was hidden away in Jersey, and I think they're at the stage where it's been frozen, and there are conversations about how that money will come back to Kenya. So this, I think, it's been a long-running case. But can you tell who was getting divorced? I don't know. I don't know whether the message is about BO or don't divorce your wife, but there's a BO story there. This is another interesting case. I think this is the former governor of Nairobi. The story has been around in terms of corruption and whatnot. But one thing personally about this case that I picked out was just the conversation. They kept writing about a foundation. And many a times, even when we have a conversation about this case, about whether you liked him or not, people tend to forget the question about the foundation and how they've been linking to that and whatnot. So again, I think some of these cases, there's been an issue in terms of how they've been concluded as just been a question of unexplained wealth. But for me, this story, it's quite interesting about that question about the foundation. And we've been talking about who are the significant controllers of some of those entities. Nairobi's favorite bad boy. Or is it bad man? I can't tell. Again, that was the second governor of Nairobi. We don't know where to start, where to end. Even today, I'm sure he's made news somewhere. But again, when it comes to the ownership and so forth, these are the things you pick out in some of these stories. This is a very interesting one. I think, again, Nairobi County. Good question. Very good question. Because I think some of this property was in his wife's name, actually. And this was, I think, one of, in terms of assets and the way we've been talking about how entities are clouded in assets and so forth. This gentleman, I think, acquired assets in like a 6-month period. And the guy, on a very small salary, had like owning a little village, if you can do a geographical thing about Nairobi. Like, he acquired so much in so little time. And I think this case was related to former Governor Sonko. In one way or the other, they snitched on each other and so forth. So I guess for him, he might not have lost his wife, but he lost whether it's his friend or relative, because I think they're also related in some form. But very interesting story. Saddest man I've seen, actually, in the courts of Kenya. This gentleman and this lady, I think another case, I think this they were convicted. But if I could take this story in terms of beneficial ownership, I find this story very hilarious, because in Kenya, in terms of, we'll get to a point where we'll ask, do you own your degree? Do you own your title? Do you own your name? That kind of thing. At the EACC, I think, because right now it's headed by a headed by a military man, I think they found it very insulting that this man called himself major, yet them knowing themselves, they knew he wasn't a major and he was probably like a private. And so the guy, why I find it hilarious, he did something that many gentlemen in my part of the country do. You toughen up a bit and then you assign yourself a rank. So the guy called himself major, and so even like in his documentation, he has been claiming he's a major up until this case came up, and even people proved that he was never a major in the army. And why I always find it so funny is because I know another tough guy in my village. He's tough because he knows how to change tractor tires, and that's a pretty tough job if you can do it alone. So when I compare him and Major back home, I find it very hilarious. But again, this is now a question of politically exposed people, because he's a former MP. The lady also is well connected in terms of her family and so forth. So a question about political exposed people and the way we've been discussing them. the famous NYS scandal. We were told very interesting things about this case. I forget her name now. I think she's running for office. Yes. She said she planted, she had a horticulture farm that could produce billions. And then, aside from her and her crew, there is this lady who had a salon that was supplying grain and withdrawing money in sacks and carrying them off in V8 vehicles, distributing to other people. Like this case is popular right now. It has so many people. In fact, some of them I just didn't put them there. Still want to keep my neck. But let me go back. What is peculiar about this is, for instance, for me in that story, like people say, how could you pay for pens at thrice the cost and carry money in bags? But I think for any investigator, the key is tracking something very interesting, because of the strange things that happen in corruption stories. Is that, for instance, there is a story about this where there's a piano that was purchased for the Ministry of Health that was mentioned twice or thrice and was never mentioned again. I think if they find the piano, it will unlock that. Maybe that is like the BO software for this story. So the piano is about hiding money in the gadget. Gosh, people are just ingenious. But in Kenya, there are so many, it's almost like fantasy stories that happen. But I think with the work we're doing in BO, we might actually remove all that color that confuses us, because a lot of that fantasy and very spicy writing does a number on us. So for me, I think I'm still stuck on the piano 10 years later, or is it 5 years later? But then with our work on beneficial ownership, how can we make things clearer in terms of our advocacy, in terms of determining policy, in terms of developing allies, in terms of getting points in which we can assist government and so forth, so that we can at least, if not manage corruption, stop it in its entirety. And with that now, there are a number of questions I want to put to you in groups, now that you're awake and you're thinking about that piano, since you had forgotten about it. These questions is just to ask ourselves, how do we see beneficial ownership data and the public procurement data useful to our work? I think we've done this before in terms of our OGP clusters and so forth, but also today, us being here with the open ownership, we might give them some more insight in terms of how we see this work as being useful, especially if you think of building a relationship out there in terms of other things we can do as actors interested in this. Secondly, what resources or support would you need to be able to use this data more easily? I'm sure in our different contexts, even as we were looking at the presentation, we are beginning to comprehend and see avenues in which we can make BO and procurement data work for us or work for those we work with. I'm sure maybe as a media practitioner, as a government officer, as civil society, we have seen things and we are thinking about the resources that could help us develop this work better. And then thirdly, are there any policy or legislative issues that have been raised during the workshop which you think could hold you back from this work? So what do you think in terms of these two issues is holding you back? And maybe within the groups, and then probably during the presentation, we can figure out maybe how can we go about this in tackling those issues, or maybe if maybe there's some point of information or something you might need to make us aware, so that we can see how to tackle that. But also it might help us in terms of developing the systems that are already in place. So I think we're already in the groups. I presume they'll be using the A3, they're like A3 papers that maybe you can write down your answers. I will borrow from Favor. You will pick a leader to represent you. And then in terms of presentations, your leader or your spokesperson will come and maybe just give the answers to those questions. And then from there, I will hand back the program and mic to Stephen, do a bit of close remarks, but then, yeah, that's it for now.
How much time do we have, please? How much time?
10. 15. 15 is fair. 15. I think 15. 5 for each question. That's fine? Okay. For this group, able leader. This
No announcements. Zero announcements.
the black felt pen is your instrument of power. Please don't abuse it. You might decide to write yourself a check. just have that mic? I hope is the battery okay. Mic ingine kwa wapi? See, you pass it round. So, sorry, I lost my notes. So, thank you very much. I think, in the interest of time, I think I'll just let the groups speak to the questions so that we could then have a short discussion as we head towards concluding this two-day meeting. So, Jairo,
yes.
Maybe just the three questions. How is beneficial ownership data useful to your work? The resources you need to support on the needs, and then going to the third about the legislative and policy issues.
Right. So for question one, how will this be useful for us? We just had 3 points, and I just state them as we had our discussion. So one, to be used in advocacy. Of course, I know all of us are aware of what advocacy entails. So for advocacy. And then secondly, to inform the policy formulation processes. And then thirdly, of course, when you have this information, you can use it to as background or as evidence to prosecute graft cases. So those are the three things we had for question one. Then for question two, which was speaking to the resources, we had the 3 A's. Yes, 3 A's. So one, for you to be able to use this, you need accessibility of that data. It has to be available, and thirdly, it has to be affordable. And then over and above this, you need to create awareness of that information to whoever needs to use it. So that's insofar as question two is concerned. And then thirdly and lastly, I think legislation.
Yeah.
So we just had two, the Data Protection Act and Access to Information Act. So those needs to be made aware and perhaps looked into much further to enable us proceed further in this endeavor. Thanks.
Thank you, Jairo. I think let's clap for him. He was elected chair in absentia, so let's pass it on. I was told that Wambui is the supreme leader and of that group, the first dictator with beneficial ownership data standards. Let's see how that will work out.
Contrary to those views, on behalf of our democracy, Group 4, so for first of all, I just want to say, to give context, our table is endowed with very interesting characters. So from public procurement, from private practice, myself, and I will be corrected, civil society extractives. So we're looking at it from all those three angles to answer the questions. So the first one is for the BO data and public procurement. We split the question in two. So for first, especially to do with the public procurement data, we were guided by our colleague who spoke about bid rigging, collision in tendering, which are big themes that we picked up. Myself, in private practice, we're dealing with contracting, especially contracting transparency, contract disclosures, which came from my colleague from the oil extractives. So, and the last one, we focused on the PPEs, or the political exposed persons, and the conflict of interest that it may come up, to answer that one. For the second one, when we looked at the resources or support, we thought about technical support, which can be broken down into several fractions. Systemic support, in terms of the systems that are already in place for promoting beneficial ownership, but breaking it further down to educating on technical support towards implementation. And then we also spoke about existing and non-existent sanctions. We delved into a case study, forgive me, on BRS and the regulations that are in place, and whether the extent of the regulations brought by Zachariah and his team was sufficient or not, and how much they were helpful towards guiding implementation. I apologized in advance. Capacity building. This is capacity building from highly technical staff to capacity building to the grassroots, because we also viewed and discussed a case study, and we said how they may be a lump sum of companies that do exist and they are not privy to information pertaining to beneficial ownership and the necessity for beneficial ownership. So that was the answer for 2. The third and the last, unfortunately, we had to copy our neighbor, and we also looked at the Data Protection Act and the umbrella of the Data Protection Act in this jurisdiction, of course, and to what extent the Data Protection Act, especially as guided by one of my colleagues under Section 30, encapsulates beneficial ownership implementation, and to what extent. And then we also thought to answer that question in regard to, are there any issues raised at the workshop which we could implement? And it was screaming FATF, the recommendations and its implementation. And the last, we also thought about or touched on proceeds of crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act in Kenya, and to what extent the way it has been implemented can bring about, change in the beneficial ownership space within Kenya. So I hope I've represented my group.
Thank you, Wambui. You are well practiced in dictator speak. You apologize before cutting off people's toes. I'm sorry I'm hurting you, but going ahead. Yeah, so now to the government. Zakaria, I think you are our government spokesman. Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
To the 3 questions.
First, I don't know whether that title is a good one, considering the government spokesman that we've had in the past, but I'll take it nevertheless. Our team, we were represented by 3 agencies, mostly. 2 of them government, 1 of them civil society. We have CAJ, we have BRS, and you have Mzalendo Trust, sorry. And we were looking for various ways in which we can use the information that you're talking about, that is beneficial ownership information first, and then procurement data second. And maybe before I proceed, I'm not sure why there was an apology, because I didn't see anything that was hurtful in the comment, though. Anyway, for beneficial ownership information, looking at it from the government perspective, why do we need this information? Now, we've talked about making sure that the information is available to competent authority, and in this case, we're looking at investigative bodies mostly. Therefore, for us, that information is very important, because we are called upon every now and then to give information, either to investigative agencies and thereafter to testify in court. So we need to have this information, and we need it to be accurate to begin with. That is the beneficial ownership information. For public procurement data, now the challenge here is that I'll be going third, meaning that almost everything that I'll be saying has been said. But the other thing we can add probably is that it does not only ensure that we have transparency, it also ensures that we have the opportunities. If you look at AGPO, I think Kenyans in the room understand the way AGPO operates, and that is public procurement data which is available. If you join that platform, you are able to see the opportunities also, which makes sure that everyone, that is members of the public, also have equal opportunity to also bid. I think transparency has been discussed a lot. I'll not venture much into it. So number 2, support. Yes, that it it was a mistake giving me a microphone on that second part, because the next thing I'm going to say is that we need funding. Yes, we need money. Well, we've undertaken a few projects, and I think we'll appreciate that every aspect of the projects that we are undertaking will require funding. The first one is how to make sure that our systems are able to capture the information accurately. Before you can actually avail the information, you need first to collect it. So you need systems which are able to collect that information. Again, we need a lot of public awareness. For you to collect accurate information, first of all, the members of the public need to know what they are collecting or what they need to submit. So public awareness is a key component, and we've said earlier that we've tried to do a few of those campaigns, but we need to do more. Most companies, as stated earlier, are not aware that first of all, it's a legal requirement to first provide this information to the government or to the central registry. So we need to first make that information public so that we can also increase our compliance levels. The third one, yeah, data protection has been discussed. We also discussed the same, but we also have an addition of the core laws, which I think were not mentioned by the rest of the teams. We talked about LLPs yesterday, and we said that at the moment we are not collecting bioinformation in relation to LLPs. So that is something that we need to work on in terms of making sure that we are able to collect that information. Again, Companies Act, we still have a few things to do there, and therefore for us, the policy itself as it stands, we are not able to collect all the information as we would have wanted to. But it is work in progress because we already have drafts. We are also working to improve those drafts to ensure that at least we are able to be compliant. So I think I'll hand over to the next person.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think indeed I want to echo what you've just said on funding. I know this phrase, functions follow finances, or something to that effect, is a common theme for a lot of us in the room, in one form or the other. So let me also quickly just pass it over to Steve. Steve is a very influential man. You can look at him there being quiet, but I think he reduced a few taxes this year. Maybe if you like milk, bread, find out from him, but he helped us a lot. Steve, take it away.
Thank you very much, Leonard. And as the last presenter, I ran the risk of repeating some of the points that have been made by my previous speakers, but I'll try as much as I can not to repeat any point that has been made. So Group 3 was composed of civil society representatives. We had members of the fourth estate, that's the journalists, and also from the private sector. And we got some insightful discussions. And as regards to question 1, so from the journalists, they feel that BO and OC data would make their stories more complete, because over the past, there are stories that we've seen mostly, there are a lot of unknowns. So with this information, they can be able to connect the dots and present more complete stories to the public. From the private sector, and I think this was also mentioned by the PPRA, the group that PPRA was part of, is that it would encourage more fair competition for especially during tendering. So we feel that if that information is or the data is available, then the private sector can see who was awarded the tender, and even the entire process can be more transparent and accountable. Then for us as civil society, our work majorly revolves around advocacy, and we feel that this data will make advocacy work more evidence-based, so we don't just talk from the stories we hear from the media and such, but we have more credible sources that we can point to and make our work more credible. And the advocacy, it's a bit tricky when you don't have the full information. So for question number 2, I think funding has been mentioned. That was also key to us because we understand some of the challenges, especially around this work, is in terms of creating awareness. So we need more funding for that. Then also scaling the human resources. Data is not everyone's cup of tea, so there's need for more training, capacity building to make more people interact easily with the information. Then also in terms of the systems that are being developed, we know that there's a process of interoperability of systems, so if they could be made more user-friendly so that we don't have to go through many tabs to access information, and also just to make that data more simplified and standardized. For question number 3, so we felt on top of the Data Protection Act, which I think most of the presenters have talked about, we felt that for us to access that information, there's need to amend the company's BO Act, regulation, 2020, to make the register open to the public, that is in the Kenyan context, as it is currently, it's only available to competent authorities. So if that can be done, then I think we'll be able to make good use of that information or the data. Then also coming from the private sector, there's need to centralize or central registry, because they feel that there are so many requirements, so many licenses, so many things that are needed to make in terms of bio information. So if it could be centralized, or if we could have a more harmonized and integrated system that collects that information once and for all, that would be a good thing. Otherwise, I want to thank you so much.
Thank you. I think you may take your seats, but if there are any questions, I think you can just raise them, then we can deliberate, and then but just in summary, I think obviously the question of data protection is something that has come up from all the groups. Indeed, we had purpose to have colleagues from the newly minted Office of Data Protection, but unfortunately I don't think they made it. But I'm sure in due course, once they are also in the scheme of things, we'll be able to interact with them a bit more. Of course, the question of funding has come up, but I think Stephen has kind of pointed out to one of the main goals of why it's important to kind of merge the two, contracting data standards and BO in terms of the system interoperability. That will definitely help us in terms of the questions that we have been speaking about for the past 2 days. Any questions? You might have something niggling at the back of your brain that has been bothering you, and maybe it's in relation to what we've been discussing. Going once? Yes, Jairo. Just briefly expound on that. For who, maybe? Mm-hmm. Anyone else? And I'll close. I see.
Just in case it's useful, actually, if you go on the Open Ownership website, one of our recent publications is about the economic value of beneficial ownership transparency. So trying to look at that across the world and see what can be, what you can find out from information that's there. So I think if you just go to our, it's on the research home? Yeah. If you go to the website and search for measuring value, I think. If you search for economic, I'm sure it'll come up as one of the reports on that.
Great. Don't go too fast, Stephen. You're next in line. So thank you so much. I'd like to now just give back the program to Stephen. Thank you all for being so cooperative, and enjoy the rest of the program. And maybe this is the part you've been waiting for.
Thank you so much, Leonard. Yes, the workshop is coming to a close. I just wanted to very quickly say thank you so much to everyone who's taken all the time to be here and to join us and have fruitful conversations and to hopefully learn and find out some interesting things about some of these issues, some of the laws we're talking about, some of the tools we're talking about, some of the data we're talking about. And I really hope that you take something away from it and that you will keep in touch with us and with other organisations as this work progresses over the coming years. I'd like to thank the Business Registration Service who co-organised this with us. Thank you very much. And my colleagues at the East African Tax and Governance Network who helped to organise everything. My Open Ownership colleagues for joining us here. And everyone else who came along and joined in. And the FCDO team over here, right in the distance, for funding our work in this area. So we are very excited to keep working with people in Kenya as this work all progresses. And what I'll be doing is, afterwards I'll be sharing the presentations and the recordings and everything with everyone who wrote down their emails with Brenda. And so please do share the message. If there are interesting things in there that you want to share with colleagues, hopefully we've got it all recorded and all of the briefings and everything are linked to. But just to say thank you very, very much for joining us for the last 2 days. And yeah, we're finished. Thank you.
Karabo has put me on the spot. Karabo, being the most newly minted Kenyan in the room, has just said that, we are Kenyans. It's 4